Hey, what's up everyone, and welcome back to another video. Super excited to share with you all this comprehensive Quarto crash course. So you may never have heard of Quarto, but it is a super powerful way to combine the simplicity and formatting of Markdown language with all the code that you would want to use with the Python programming language. So by combining Python and Markdown, you get this Quarto Markdown, and with it you can build slideshows, dashboards, HTML reports, PDF reports, websites like the one that you see on the screen. And it just combines the best of both worlds. You don't have to use all these different programs to build all this. You can just use Markdown and Python and build a lot of cool stuff. So ultimately, this video series was created first for the Posit YouTube channel, linked in the description, but I wanted to make sure that this video was shared with all of you. So resharing it here on my channel merged all of the videos together into a large course, and I will make sure to, in the description, kind of break down the timeline of everything. So I'll pop that up on the screen at a high level, but we'll start with the basics, kind of what you need to know, and then we'll dive into some more specific projects. Quarto is very useful. I do a lot of freelance work on the side, and one of the recent projects that I did was creating basically a reporting system for a client where they wanted weekly reports to be generated and sent to them, and the base for all of this was done using Quarto. I found it very useful in my professional freelance career, so I'm excited to share a tutorial kind of walking through all the different features with all of you. Everything's broken down in the description. I've been talking for a little bit now. Excited to share this with you. It should be a cool new thing that you can put in your programming tool set. I don't know what I was doing there, but hopefully you guys all enjoy. Let's get into the video. This video was sponsored by Posit Connect Cloud. So Posit Connect Cloud is the easiest way to deploy any of your Quarto slideshows, dashboards, websites, you name it. Throughout the video, we will be deploying with Posit Connect Cloud, so you should see kind of the functionality that way. But I also recommend you check out the Posit Connect Cloud premium features, such as like connecting to your private GitHub repositories or private link sharing, etc. They're always adding new features, so if there's something you want with your deployments that's not there now, it probably will be there in a few months' time. To get started with Posit Connect Cloud, link in the top of the description. Thank you to Posit Connect Cloud for sponsoring. More on them later, as I said already. All right, to start, what is Quarto and why should you use it? Well, the way that I like to think about Quarto is that as developers, as data scientists, we typically have a way that we like to edit and run code and run analyses. And that might include using like VS Code, writing Python scripts, writing code in Jupyter notebooks, etc. And these formats, they're great for us, but they're not always the most friendly to less technical people, business stakeholders, etc. So where Quarto comes in is that it's an open source scientific and technical publishing system that's all based around these Quarto Markdown files. So with Quarto, you can ultimately output these Quarto Markdown files into very digestible formats such as slideshows, HTML websites, PDF analytics reports, dashboards, etc. So you can really bridge the gap between yourself as a data analyst, data scientist, software engineer, and these stakeholders. So let's see how we can install Quarto. Then we'll walk through a couple of Markdown basics before getting into Quarto-specific Markdown and the features you have access to when you use Quarto and VS Code. To get started with Quarto, you can look up Quarto install. Click on the Get Started page. The URL is quarto.org/docs/get-started. There's a few ways to set up Quarto. One is you can download the Quarto CLI, install it, and then you should have access to the command line interface. And then I recommend clicking on the VS Code option to follow how to set up the extension. Alternatively, you can use a terminal And I'd recommend creating a virtual environment. So I'm going to create one in my ems directory called Quarto. I'm going to go ahead and activate that. So I can do that by doing source. I think I can just do, with Mac, I think I can just do ems, Quarto, bin, activate. I might actually have to do source first. So now we see that we have activated the Quarto virtual environment, and I can then go ahead and do a pip install Quarto-CLI. So either install Quarto using this button right here, or you can do it the terminal way I just shared. Once you've done that, go to a directory that you want to edit some Quarto-related code. So I'm going to do that in a directory I have called code, then I have a directory called Quarto, and then I'm going to navigate into this folder I have called Quarto Crash Course. I've shared some code on GitHub that is related to this crash course. You can feel free to check out the link in the YouTube video description, keithgalli/Quarto-crash course, to find a bunch of information on Quarto. I've linked that in the description. But you also are free to work wherever it makes sense to you. And then I'm going to open this up in VS Code by doing code:/. Okay, so now I'm in my Quarto Crash Course directory. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to install first the Quarto extension. So you can open up your Quarto extensions. You can look up, so on MacBook, you can do Command-Shift-X to open this window. You can also go up to the top, go to View, and then click on Extensions to also open this. And you're going to look up Quarto, click on it, and make sure to have this installed. Then we're going to go back to our folder, and we're going to create a file called Quarto, or how about we just call this index.qmd. QMD stands for Quarto Markdown, and it is the format that we use to generate all the different formats that Quarto can ultimately output. To confirm you have everything set up correctly, you should be able to do something like title, you can just follow my lead here, and then add some Markdown. And to confirm that everything is installed correctly, you should have this little option over here on the top right if you're using VS Code. There are other code editors that you can use. As we can see on the screen, feel free to look at the option that makes most sense to you. You might click on this text editor option if you don't see something listed, and there will be a few different other options there. If you are using VS Code though, we should see this VS Code Quarto extension up here on the top right. Click that, and we should see our Quarto over here. Let's start this tutorial by really quickly talking about Markdown. So right now we've already set up some basic Quarto Markdown, but we'll start by just looking at Markdown. So this first thing that we see here in Markdown is a header. So this is a h1 tag. We specify that by doing just $1. We could also do slightly smaller headers by doing $2. We could do even smaller headers by doing $3, and so on. If I render this, we see all of that. Other things that you can do in Markdown is a list of items. You could also do numerical lists, a numbered list. We could add hyperlinks by doing stuff like this. We could add images by doing something like this. You can look up Markdown basics and you'll find all sorts of great resources. I could do bold text. I could do italicized text. So a bunch of things here. Go ahead and run this, and we see all of this different stuff with our basic Markdown. If you are curious about Markdown, I recommend looking up Markdown Basics, Quarto, and you should find a page that has a bunch of the different options of Markdown that you can use. And Markdown is pretty universal. There's slightly different flavors of Markdown, but the base things that you see on the screen right here will work in any sort of Markdown renderer. And one place that you might have seen Markdown before is if you're ever working on a GitHub repo, you'll probably have a README file that looks like this. And a cool thing is, if you ever wanted to, you could always render that with Quarto as well, just so you could see your README in a nice, clean manner. Whereas sometimes looking at the raw Markdown can be a little challenging. All right, now that we've covered some basics of Markdown, let's actually get into Quarto Markdown specifically and why Quarto is so helpful. So whenever you're starting up a Quarto Markdown file, I recommend starting with these 3 dashes. And I also recommend, if you're using Visual Studio Code, to close your 3 dashes. So right here in between these dashes, we can specify all sorts of YAML settings for our Quarto Markdown. So we can do things like specify an author. We can specify a title. And we can see the reason that I like to have these fully closed is that you'll start getting autocompletes if you're using VS Code. I will call this Quarto Crash Course. And then we can add a subtitle. Perfect. I'm using GitHub Copilot behind the scenes too. That's how you're seeing all these autocompletes. We can specify a date. So it is 2024, 11/11 right now as I record this. Convenient for us here in the United States as well as people abroad that use different day and month orders here. So I'm very thankful that it works for all of us right now. Let's think of other things. One thing I like too is you can just kind of start typing something. So if you ever forget what an option is, start typing in what you might think it is, and you can see all these nice helpful autocompletes. But I think this is a good starting point. We have some settings here, and we can go ahead and maybe add a header. This is a quick guide to Quarto, and I can render this. We see that these YAML options gives us this nice look to our rendered document, and then we can include our standard kind of markdown to render other elements. One of the first things that you'll want to know about Quarto is that we have the options to render all sorts of different types of outputs with Quarto. So by default, we're going to be rendering a HTML file, but I could very easily specify format, and I could say something like PDF. And now if I run this, we see we have a PDF document here, and it looks a little bit different, but nicely enough, it still is formatting things. I could specify a RevealJS format, and if I add a little bit more information, we can see that when this is rendered as a RevealJS format, it actually creates a slideshow. We'll dive into the details of all these different formats in a little bit, but it's good to know that you have all of these options. Let's delete this real quick, and we'll leave it as the default HTML format. Another thing you'll start to notice is that we start adding all of these files over here, and it can get a little bit messy if we are generating tons and tons of different documents. So one thing that I like to do is that you can specify this special kind of project formatting file called _quarto.yaml, and in it you can do project, and you can do output directory, and I could specify something like outputs, and now when I run this index.qmd, we'll see that instead of creating the outputs in our standard root directory. It's actually putting them in this outputs folder. So also move index.pdf there too. We also really start seeing the benefit of Quarto when we start seeing what types of things we can embed in our Quarto docs. So by including these 3 tick marks, so this is right above the tab mark on my keyboard, you can insert R code, you could insert Python code, you could insert Julia code, etc. So I'm going to insert some Python code. So I'm going to add this brackets Python, and then I'm going to close the brackets, and I'll do something like, I don't know, print hello world. And I could make this even more fancy. I could do something like for I in range 10, print hello world. So nothing crazy. I can run the cell, and we see 10 hello worlds. One thing that is cool is I can go ahead and generate this as a Quarto Markdown document or render it as HTML. And we see now the code nicely formatted and the output is embedded in our Quarto doc. So the combo of using this Markdown and also embedding code and the output of the code, such as visualizations, easily using this Quarto Markdown format is super, super helpful. Some of the features of Quarto, though, you might not always remember. So one thing that I also like to highlight is that there's also a visual editor. So if I right-click, I see that there's this option to edit in visual mode. So this is available in VS Code. It might be available in some of the other text editors as well, but I know that it works well here in VS Code. So if I say edit in visual mode, now I get this new interface that is easy for me to do different things if I forget the Markdown specific syntax. So I could create a, let's say, insert a new code cell. I could insert a table here. So maybe I wanted a 3x3 table with the caption example table. We get something that looks like this: column 1, column 2, column 3, and I could add all sorts of information into this table. Look at that, the alphabet. So tables, I could also insert, let's say, maybe I forgot how to insert an image. I could, very easily upload an image this way. I could insert a citation. So this is pretty cool. So let's say you need to cite an article or something. Oftentimes they have this DOI link. So in this tutorial specifically, we will be using some movie dataset data. And I originally got it from Kaggle. So one thing that I could do via this visual editor is I could open up a Chrome window. I could go to the Kaggle dataset that I got this from. So I type in Kaggle. And I specifically use this full TMDB movies dataset. I'll make sure it's linked in the GitHub / maybe the video description so that you have access to this. But basically, there's this DOI citation. I can copy this digital object identifier. I can go back to my VS Code window. I could paste this in. And now we see that we have the option to embed specifically this link. If I now insert that, we see that we have a citation. And if I render this, we see we have our table, we have our citation that we just added, and we even get automatically this reference page. So some of the stuff, especially like the citations, I feel like I might not remember how to do exactly with the Markdown specifically. So this visual editor is super, super helpful. And we can easily go back to the source mode by right-clicking and editing in source mode, and we see we have things that are added here nicely that might not have been easy to do if you just were trying to memorize all of the Markdown. You see that it also added this bibliography page too. One other really cool thing for Python developers out there, or maybe anyone that uses Jupyter notebooks, is we also can edit our Quarto Markdown as a Jupyter notebook. So you can either start it as a Jupyter Notebook, or one cool thing is that you can easily convert an existing Quarto Markdown file to a Jupyter Notebook by doing Quarto convert index.qmd. And now we see we have an index.ipython notebook. And so if you prefer to work with IPython notebooks such as this, you can easily have a Jupyter Notebook, and you can even render this Jupyter Notebook. So if I added another code cell, so how about I did something like I equals 0 while I is less than 10, print, instead of hello world, how about we print I? Some really exciting advanced code here. Python environment. Okay, we have this, and now I could go ahead and with my terminal, I could do Quarto render, and I can render this index.ipython notebook, and I do get, and we see our index.html. I guess it didn't output it in the outputs folder that is kind of the standard way with our QMD. There might be an additional setting that you can do to do that, but it is cool to know that you can directly output it via the IPython notebook. And if we look at it, we do get all these code blocks. For now, I'm going to stay in working with the Quarto Markdown file. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I'll delete this index.html as well. And we'll stick with this index.qmd. And I might clean up some of this stuff temporarily. Let's say we wanted to style certain sections of our Quarto document in one way, and we wanted to style other sections in a different way. We can use what is known as a fenced div. So let's say we wanted to add some custom styling to this second header and kind of that whole section. So a fenced div can be specified with any number of colons. I think it's any number. It might need to be 3 or more, but as long as you match the colons, that's really what's most important. And then within this fenced div, we can specify some classes. So this is going to be a class, whatever our class name is. And then we also have access to these sometimes classes. And I'll specify when you don't use the dot and when you use a dot. I think it's easiest to start with just looking at using the dot. Well, Quarto gives us access to some special things. And the typical way that I figure out what I have access to is that I could go to the documentation. And in the README, there's a page that I find quite helpful, which is so if you look in the documentation, you'll find specific options, such as here we see an example of a class called panel tab set. And if we use this, there's different types of built-in classes. So panel tab set is an example of a built-in class. If we add that to our Visual Studio code, so let's do panel tab set. And how about I actually make this fence div all of this? Now what we're going to see, if I run this, is 2 tabs set up as a panel. So that's one built-in option. Use the documentation to help you find these different built-in options that we have available to us. Another thing we could have done is, let's say instead of using the panel tab set, how about I define a class as just called very red? So there's nothing actually called very red. So if I run this, nothing happens when I surround it with very red. But if I go ahead and add an additional file, so right now we have these files. If I add an additional file called styles.css, and I define a HTML, or I guess a CSS class called very red. So I specify the class with the period, and then I make the color red. And now if I run our file that is surrounded in the fenced div with the class very red, we see that it is not red. And why is it not red? Because we also need to specify CSS here and specify that file called styles.css. Now if we rerun it, we see that it is very red. And you can do this. This is super, super useful. So if you ever need custom formatting, custom, styling, etc., leveraging some cascading style sheets, some CSS, can be very, very powerful. And you can add, classes here. You could add IDs. So I could do, some other format here. I could make this like font style italic. And now if we look at this, if I then surrounded, how about this with ID, some other format, and closed it off with 4, we'll see that this gets italicized. So now it's italicized. And I think it's cool to understand what's happening under the hood. So under the hood, if we look at our output file in our index.html, we look for that second header. So we have the second header, or some more text, and we see that this is given the class level 2, and it's given the class very red. We see that that whole section is encapsulated in this class that includes the very red that we specified. If we instead, how about added an image? So in here we added an image, and maybe if I'm lucky, maybe it will know a URL of a Shrek image. Okay, it doesn't, but I could paste in a URL of a Shrek image. I could paste in a picture of Shrek. And if I run this, we see we got Shrek there and some text. And one cool thing is that we could also maybe specify the width equals, how about 400 pixels. We rerun this. We got a bigger Shrek. And I think the thing that's interesting here is why we're able to do width 400 pixels instead of like dot width or something like that, 400 pixels. And this kind of like, I think a good rule of thumb is that we can sometimes use a class or like an attribute without a period if we're specifically wanting to add that attribute to the ultimate like HTML that gets rendered. So what I mean by this is if we now look at the index.html and we look at the picture of Shrek that has been added, if we look at the image, we see that it adds this width equals 400 as like its own attribute. So instead of adding like a class variable here, it adds it specifically as width, but I could add my own class to the Shrek image by doing, dot. Think that we need to specify classes and IDs first. So I could do like Shrek class width equals 400 pixels. If I render this, look at my index.html, we see that now it has class Shrek class. So use this as you see fit. You can kind of style things specifically, based on this information. And I think one thing to note is that there's a lot of different ways and a lot of different like built-in options that you can use with these fenced divs. For example, if we were working off of a RevealJS doc, it's like a cool thing I can do with the RevealJS with a fenced div is I could add a list. So if we look at this, by default, it looks like looks like this. But if I added a fence div with the class incremental around this section, and you could only, you could surround it by around just the list. I don't think that it will affect this header at all. We run that. Or actually, I guess I have to specify it right around the list. We run that. Now it comes in at one at a time. And if we looked at the documentation for this, and we looked up RevealJS, we'll see that incremental is one of the options that we have access to. And if we went to, how about reference RevealJS, one thing that you'll see as you start looking through the documentation for whatever format that you're working off of is you'll see some notes sometimes included. So like if we wanted to set the footer, we can do that using our top level YAML config, but we also can do it by setting like a fence div with footer, for example, or a fence div with the smaller class. So we can see that real quick. So I could add a fence div with the smaller here in addition. So there's now two classes on this. And if we looked at our list, it's a bit smaller than it was before. So rerun that again. Let's just double check. We're going to surround this whole section as smaller. We're using 4 divs now, or 4 colons, to say all of this is within the other stuff. So now we see that this is all smaller. If I remove this, it's going to be a bit bigger. Cool, so that's fence divs. This is, editing specific elements. So in addition to fence divs, you could also edit things in such a manner called a bracketed span. So if you wanted to just edit like some specific text, and you only wanted to make maybe this here red, I could do this. And we see that that is specifically red. So you can do bracketed spans like this and customize certain elements and attributes of that. You could also add like a style equals font size. Maybe it's very big here, like 5, or that's probably too big, 72 pixels. We'll see that this is probably a lot bigger than the other elements. So you can do stuff like this. Trying to think if there's anything else that's worthwhile talking about here. That's styling. We'll spend another couple minutes real quick on formatting as well. Building on this, let's remove all this code real quick and just have some example headers again. Some cool things that you might want to do here with fenced divs is a layout. So we can do layout, or we can do specifically layout equals something like 30 and then 70. And how about the next one is 100. So this is a special layout format. And if I close this and then I add 3 paragraphs of text, so this is some text about a cat. A cat. Okay, this is some text about a dog. This will all make sense in a second. And then we added, okay, so we have 3 paragraphs and we specified a layout for these 3 paragraphs. If we look at what this looks like, we see that we get it laid out in the page in a certain format. This can be very helpful if we want to like let's say instead of having this text, embed an image. I wonder if this image will actually appear. And you can, yeah, just basically showcase text and whatnot in a certain way. And we're still using the RevealJS format. This makes another probably option that's cool to see. I could add dot scrollable. I bet you that we'll see everything now. Maybe not. But if we made this, let's say, back to the HTML format, we see that it is formatted with this specific format. We could also add things like, do something specifically like layout number of columns equals 2. And now what this will basically do is it will keep 2 columns no matter how many paragraphs we add. So I could just keep adding, this is could just keep adding paragraphs. And what we'll see is it always formats it with 2 columns. So we see a bunch of different 2-column formatted things. You could easily change this to 3 columns, and it's formatted 3 columns, 4 columns, etc. So very, very useful if you want certain things to wrap and format always in a certain way. So good to know. Basically, I feel like if you're looking for some sort of customization option, it's there for you. You just have to sometimes do some browsing through the documentation. Real quick, I want to touch on parameters with Quarto, as well as some CLI options that you have when you want to render something dynamically in Quarto. So if you go to this Quarto webpage, docs/computation/parameters, you can find some information on both Jupyter-based execution and knitr, so whether you're using Python or R, as well as some information on what you can do with these parameters. But to see this in action real quick, if we want to add our own custom parameters, so let's say we wanted to generate reports and we wanted to switch up variables for each execution of the report, we could add to our Quarto Markdown this special parameters tag. And then we could define custom variables like name equals Keith, and then maybe a data filter. So in this video, we are going to be doing some stuff with a movie data set. So you can imagine that maybe you wanted to filter by comedy or something. And then we can close this Python cell. And then later on, and somewhere in our notebook, we can utilize these variables. So I could very easily down here add some more Python code. And I could maybe print my name and print the data filter. You could obviously do any sort of Python execution with this, but now we have the code that looks like this. And if we run this, right, we see that it says Keith and comedy, and we see it prints out Keith and comedy down here. One thing that you might want to do, this is just a good to know, is maybe you didn't want this code to show. You could add a echo is false here. And what that will do is it will hide all the code cells from your doc. And so now we just see the output here. You also change it on a per code block basis by doing the following. So the # and the pipe is a special kind of syntax in Quarto, but I could add echo is true here. And so we will actually see these print statements show up along with their execution. Okay, so we see that. And now the cool thing is that I could go ahead and I could run something like Quarto render index.qmd. I can pass in parameters. So maybe I wanted to set my name to be something like Elizabeth. And maybe I wanted to set my other parameter to be something like, so we have this called data filter. Maybe I wanted it to be actual, drama movies. So now if I run this, we see we get a new output in index or outputs.index.html. If I look at that file, or actually it already re-rendered over here, we see Elizabeth and drama. So you can run these and render these Quarto Markdown files with other parameters. And this is really helpful if you want to generate custom reports based on certain variables. You can also, even though this is specified as HTML, you can also use the command line to do useful things like rendering it to a specific format. So I could do Quarto render index.qmd to PDF, and we'll see a new PDF be generated in here. So if I open this up, we see we get something like this, and we see that it can take those variables in as well. Some useful, simple command line interface options and parameters. One other potential thing you might want to do is, in addition to specifying these parameters, you can actually, via the CLI, change up some of these metadata settings. So I could do Quarto render index.qmd. I could pass in this -m, and maybe I would want to set a table of contents equals true in this situation. So we haven't actually seen this parameter, but if I now open up our index.html, we see that it gets this table of contents. I could also, let's say, maybe I wanted to change the title of this. So right now it's saying Quarto Crash Course, and maybe I wanted to change that to, so that's our title metadata parameter. I'll make this a little bigger so everyone can see. Quarto render index.qmd. I wanted to set the title to, how about, and this might be a little bit interesting because we have spaces in it, so you might have to do quotes. I'm not sure if this will work or not. We'll see. You might actually have to surround all of this in like quotes like this. My fancy new title. Let's see if this works. Open up the index.qmd, and look at that, it does work. So you can pass in metadata as well. Useful stuff to know about. All right, let's go ahead and talk about some more advanced things with the HTML output format, as well as publishing our HTML or any Quarto files to a public place where you have a link that you can share with your teammates to easily kind of navigate data or some sort of dashboard or report. So right now I am working off of the GitHub repo that is shared in the description. So that is github.com/KeithGalli/Quarto Crash Course. There's a bunch of QMD files and whatnot in there. You can check it out. You can go ahead and clone the repo and get all of this locally. You also don't necessarily need to work off of this, but it has some helpful things, such as this helpers.py file that has just some code that I wrote to visualize different graphs and whatnot. Using these helpers.py, we can start actually embedding very useful analysis into our Quarto reports. So there's a file in here called htmlreport.qmd. If we go ahead and look at this, we can see some pretty cool stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. And if you don't have all of the packages, I recommend doing a pip install -r requirements. And that's going to be based off of the requirements.txt file in this repo. So these are the libraries. So you'll need to have this requirements.txt file locally for this to work, but I do that and it doesn't work for me. I guess I spelled, I didn't add the txt here. Cool. Now I can try running this file again. And we see we get a that's all sorts of analysis on a movie data set. So the data that they're talking about right here is found in the data directory, tmdb small. So I mentioned previously in the video that all of this came from a Kaggle source, which can be found here. And basically, this tmdb small data set that you see is all of the movies from that data set that have 1,000 ratings or more have been kept, and it just made the data a lot more manageable to work with. One cool thing you can do in VS Code is I could preview this. So we see what types of data that we have in this data directory. If we go back to our HTML report, we see that we load in that data. We see that we import some of our functions from the helpers file, and then we can go ahead and utilize some of these functions. So let's look at what that looks like again. So we see our report over here, and it's a combination of Markdown as well as the actual Python code. One cool thing is like this Plotly scatter plot is interactive, so you can do all sorts of cool things with it. We also see, like, for example, for this Python figure, we've added some specific features such as fig align center and fig caption movie release year by release year distribution. If we run this, we see that that appears here as well as it's centered on the screen. We can change up the size of the figure as well so that it doesn't overflow, or we could change up the margins or something. But I think if we actually just spread this out a little bit, it will see it pretty much fully. We also see that we are both generating an HTML file and a PDF file here. So if I click on PDF, just from this HTML file alone, you can generate the PDF. So this is cool because imagine you wanted to share this easily with a teammate. You could just generate the PDF, share the PDF. But sometimes interactivity is very important. So like you wouldn't be able to interact with a Plotly chart like this if you only sent the PDF. So that's where hosting your Quarto Markdown files on a place like Posit Connect Cloud can be very helpful. You can click the link in the description to get to Posit Connect Cloud. Once you're there, you'll show up to a place like this. You can sign up for free. I recommend signing up with your GitHub. And as long as the repo that you're working off of to generate your QMD files is public, you can very easily connect it to Posit Connect Cloud. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. I'm logging in with my GitHub. And if I go ahead and click publish, I want to publish specifically Quarto. I'm going to use the Quarto crash course repo. I'm working off of master right now, and I can specify a primary file. So in this case, it would be HTML report.qmd. I can go ahead and publish this. And that will run some things. And just to see what that will look like, I did this previously. And we see we get our report. You can play around with settings and resize things as you need. But cool, I could go ahead and just take this link right here and I could share this with someone. I'll even share it in the description of the video so that you can go ahead and play around with these charts. So what's really cool about this is we can see, okay, some of the top movies, all of that. I could zoom in, see, more movies. I could zoom out, and maybe I just want to toggle certain types of movies to show up here. So maybe I just wanted to do comedies. So there's one other, and now I have just comedies here. I can see what the top comedies are as well as the worst comedies. Epic movie, The Room. Pretty cool. Zoom in, play around with this. And yeah, you can share this with teammates and they can also play around with it. So super, super helpful. One thing that I should mention though is that if you do have a Quarto.YAML, file in your directory or in your repo, that can sometimes cause issues when you specify the primary file that you want to generate on Posit Connect Cloud. If you want only certain files to render, you can specify, only render HTML report.qmd, or you could do like, render all QMD files. You could say don't render index.qmd. There's a lot of different parameters that you can pass here, and I think I would actually have to surround this with quotes to only render certain files. One other cool thing that we can do here is another fence div option in class that we have is we can add this content visible when format equals HTML fence div around some of our code. So like, for example, this Plotly code, not super useful when we have a PDF report. So if I looked at the PDF report that was generated when we ran this code, we see that it doesn't include that Plotly chart. A final thing about this HTML report thing that I wanted to share is that you could actually use Python inline as well. So like from our data frame, we are grabbing a random row from it. We are grabbing a poster image from that is on the moviedatabase.org. That's where all the data comes from. It's ultimately aggregated from there and then moved to Kaggle. But we can get the movie image from there, and then like based on whatever row we got, we can dynamically, set values, set headers, set bold text in our rendered file, just dynamically. So like I run it this time, we see we get American Assassin. If I run it again, we see we get this movie Flatliners. Cool to be able to do that with this inline Python code. Moving along, we also have this file in this repo called PDF report. And I just want to show some additional things that you can do with static documents. So I've set it as a format PDF. We see that we get a document looking like this. One thing that I think might be useful is sometimes you'll want to change up your text to be in columns. So similar to what we showed earlier in the video, we could do something like, add a layout. So this explicitly is meaning 33% for the first column, 66% takes up the second column. And then when we add items in that, we have it take up those sizes. And in the text here on the right, we can also like add certain classes like flush right and add this data latex that allows us to align our text to the right. I run this, we see that it is taking up that space kind of how we expect. I'm trying to think of other cool things here with PDF reports specifically. One thing that I find quite useful is being able to do page breaks. So if you look at the Quarto documentation, there's some special syntax that we have available to us. So I'm going to go to Overview, or maybe Guide. Somewhere in here, I think down over here in Projects, there are some maybe environment variables. Is that what I'm looking for? No, not environment variables. Maybe it's in Project Basics. Oh, this is more on the Quarto YAML file, what you can do with that. Somewhere in here, we can find about project scripts, a lot of good stuff in here. Maybe it's in advanced, actually. Okay, yeah. I think maybe it's in page layout. More useful stuff here. You can include content from other QMD files using this include bracket. Still not finding what I want with the page break. How do I explicitly look up page break Quarto? Okay, short codes it looks like. We have some short codes that allow you to do different things. So like we see page break here. Lets you separate pages. I find that super useful. This looks like there is some useful stuff. I guess this was just on the Markdown Basics page. But if we look at what this does when we render it, so let's say I wanted to add a page break after every section. So we have one there, we have one there, we have one there. We could add one right here. We're going to see all of our sections separated, all of our headers separated by pages with our PDF. And the concept of pages only really makes sense when you have like a Word document, when you have a PDF document. So we see that it's kind of working as we expect. This code is not showing up because we have echo equal false, but I could also add the code to the screen, doing echo true. So we see the code alongside the outputs. We could also generate a docx file here by doing format docx. If I run this, we now see in our output we have this docx, and so you can feel free to open that and edit things as you need to. So I could edit the text in here. This is great if you are working with someone else on your team and you need to generate a template and then they can fill in the rest of the details. So maybe this was some descriptive columns that they needed to fill out. They could edit the Word doc and then go ahead and save it as a PDF. Another thing you might want to do is add a table of contents. We're going to change this back to a PDF. We see we get this PDF, and one thing that's cool is it automatically knows what page each things are on. So I could click on random movie, it goes down to the random movie section of our document. Cool stuff, word cloud, etc. So that is some information that is good to know about static documents. Next, let's talk about dashboards in Quarto. Also very, very easy to create. So we're going to call this new dashboard.qmd. And with dashboards, we're going to start it the same way. Create these 3 dashes, open and closed. I will make the format here specifically dashboard. And now we render this. We see, I guess we get nothing here. I should probably give it like a title at least. So title is my new dashboard. Run this one more time. We get a nice looking dashboard title banner. And then I can start adding some sections to my dashboard. So maybe I have one on movies by rating versus number of votes. And I'll pass in the same Python code that I had previously, which is in the helpers file. So I could do from helpers import, and let me just see what the function was called. I think it was, what are the one that uses Plotly? What was the one that uses Plotly? Oh, the Plotly one actually was rendered inline, but I could just do like plot top movies by rating. So I'll just call this, I think, column 1. Import plot top movies by rating. I don't need because we're importing it from helpers, I don't need to pass in all the code. And then we also want to import pandas. And I also recommend maybe using pathlib. I know previously I used just used a string to get my data frame, but I could do something like file path equals path to this specific file. We get the parent of this file. We go into the data directory, then grab movies.csv, but it's actually called tmdb small. Let's confirm with a capital S. And then I can get the data frame. And maybe I actually want to do this code before I actually get into things. And then we can make this a little simpler. And all we have to do in this cell is import the function and pass in the data frame. We run this. Okay, it's yelling at me, so I'm going to just do it the old-fashioned way. Run this. We see we get our movie here. If I add another plot here, so I could also add, let's see what other functions we have access to. Plot revenue versus budget, how about we do that one? On this. So we see this. We see that each time we add a new code block within this column, so I guess this is actually a row, they get stacked side by side. But if I added another row, and then let's add, how about that Python code that created the scatter plot? So right here we have it. I'm going to make a new Python cell, add this scatter plot, close it up. And so now we see this. We see that this takes up the full one because we've specified a row here. And every code cell that we put inside of this row will start stacking. So if I moved all of this code over into our previous row, and I know this is quite small, but I just want to show for example, we see we have 3 columns and it fills up the top. And we could keep doing this. So I could add another row and we see we get this. I guess we're being a little aggressive, but you can, do all sorts of cool stuff with this. Another cool thing that you can do, so how about move one of these rows to the top. And I'll zoom in again just so you can see better. Another cool thing that we have access to are what's known as value boxes. So if I do Python and I specify that I want to do a, let's check value boxes real quick. So I'm going to go to dashboards. I could just click on an example. These are the value boxes I'm talking about. So if I go to dashboards, I'm in the gallery right now. If I click on source code, we'll see that it does value boxes like this. So I'm going to just copy one of these. These icons are coming from the Bootstrap icons. So if you look up Bootstrap icons, I'll put this in the description. You have access to all of these different icons. So we'll see that in 1 second. But I want to copy all of this code. And then go back to our dashboard. And I will paste in I feel like I screwed something up. Let's see. Does it look good? Okay. Run this. There's no function called getPrice, so I could just do something like, how about 255 here? I need to make sure that this is closed. And now we run this. We see a value box. I could go ahead and copy this, paste a couple of these in. Now we have 3 different value boxes. I could very easily change up the icons of these. So going back to that Chrome tab. Maybe I wanted an envelope for one. I just need to copy the name that we see here. I could look up something like, maybe I wanted a flag. They have a lot of icons. So to see how we embed those, you just need to take the name that we see here. So if I wanted to do flag for one of these, then maybe I wanted to do envelope for one of these. And then I could do things based off of our data frame. So I could do like number of movies. So maybe I said our title here is number of movies. And maybe that would just be length data frame. Maybe this is average rating or something like that. I could then paste in data frame, the column of vote average, and take the mean of that. So we can start all doing actual useful stuff here. Could do an F string that might make this helpful. I do float. Actually, it will be a float by default. So I'm going to pass in F string. Then there's this cool F string syntax. I could do .2f to get it to just round to 2 decimals. Run this. We see we get the average rating of all of our movies. Another thing we can do is, right now this is row formatted, but I could easily change these to be the columns by doing orientation. And I could do instead columns. We get it looking like this. Another cool thing that you can do is you can add different tabs. So imagine that you wanted to have one tab for comedy, and all of the comedy movies were under that, and one tab for, how about horror? And so this is specified specifically with a level 1 heading. So we have comedy at a level 1 heading, horror at a level 1 heading, content here. Now we see we have all the comedy stuff under that first heading 1. We also could put a bunch of stuff under this section, this other heading. So a lot of cool stuff that you can do with dashboards very easily using this Quarto Markdown syntax. We could also add like titles nicely into some of these certain graphs. So I could, let's say, add a title to this one by adding a parameter using the #pipe sign. I could then add the caption. This is the revenue versus budget. And if we run this within a code cell, so if we add the title, we see that it gives it this nice title. You can do that with any of these. So you can kind of play around with different parameters and make this really your own. You include all your Python code. A lot of cool stuff that you can do with this. So next, let's talk about slides in Quarto. So I'm going to create a new file called new slideshow.qmd. And if I want to do a slideshow, I bet the best format that I recommend, you can actually output it to like a PowerPoint output, but I think that the easiest is to use the format RevealJS. And then basically we can have like title slides and then, section slides. And you can insert any sort of text in there. And if I run this, We see what we get. I could also add, a title, a author, just like we could with the other types of docs. Another thing that's useful to do is we can change our theme. So I think there's like a dark theme. I'll share on the screen a list of the different theme options. But yeah, so we see now we have a dark theme. So maybe you're more of a fan of dark themes. With the RevealJS format too, you can easily go to a certain slide by clicking this bottom bar, and we have this progress bar that shows how far in the slideshow we are, which is pretty cool. So if I look up slide themes, Quarto, you see we have reveal themes, so you can do any of these available themes. And you can also customize them as you see fit too, if you want to, by playing around with this. So this is on presentation/revealjs/themes.html. Some things that I find particularly useful is, let's say you had a slideshow and you had some code in it. And let's say this does something like imports random for I in range 10. We output some random integer from 1 to 100. If I run this, we see the output of that right here. I could also include the code. I think if I do echo is true, we should be able to see the code alongside. So we see that, and nice, it automatically makes it compatible with the dark background. But one thing that's particularly cool is that we could also do something like Python, and then I think we do line, or let's see, I need to remember how to do this. I think it's line numbers equals 1. How about then 3 to 4, and run this. Okay, I messed it up. Let me just double check this. Okay, this should actually be code dash line numbers. We can highlight certain codes at certain times. So I first highlight the first line, then I highlight lines 3 and 4. I could even then afterwards highlight all of my lines. So how about 1, 2, 4? So watch this. Highlight the first line, highlight the next lines, highlight all of the lines, etc. I think I could easily turn off the line numbers. So let's see, code line numbers. I could say that's false. So now if I run this, I think this is not working because this is actually still, this is a special class of Python. But if I ran the Python like this, we don't see the line numbers. If I make this true, we will see the line numbers. So this is the special class.python. Other things we could do is we could add lists. And we saw this previously, but you could do .incremental, show items 1 at a time with incremental list. Surround that with close that fence. Now if I run this, we see it shows item 1 at a time with the incremental list. We could also do this with other elements, so like images or something. So image fragments. I can specify things as fragments. So how about I specify an image. I can paste in some URL. I also could have these images locally. Paste in my URL. I'm going to add the dot fragment here. And then I can do a dot fade in. And if we look at this, we see that it now fades in. And we could do this with multiple Shreks. So I could do another Shrek and another Shrek. And I could, specify maybe that I wanted this to be a column layout. So I could do layout equals 33, 33, 33. And now instead, this will all be right next to each other instead of down. So cool. I could also say that I wanted maybe this one to fade in first. And so I would do a, I'm trying to think what the index is. So I could pass in a fragment index. I could say that this is 1. I think it's, if you pass this into all, I think it will, we'll make this 2. And then we'll make the first one that's actually, farthest on the left, we'll make this equal to 3. Run this. Middle one comes in first. The one on the right will come in second. And then the one on the left will come in third. I could also tie these together so that they fade in at the same time if they have the same index. So middle one's going to come in first. And then because now the left and right have the same index, they come in together. You could also optionally add, instead of doing a layout, you could add custom widths and stuff. So maybe this is 500 pixels. So you could say the width is 500 pixels. This should make a big Shrek over here on the right. And it doesn't let me do the same. I guess we removed the order, but we got a bigger Shrek. I could also set the absolute position of some of these. So absolute, I could do top equals 50, left equals 50. I could make this one farther to the right. And I think to do that, I would do dot absolute, top equals left equals farther to the left. So we want it more to the right. So I think if we did left equals 500, this should be more to the right. Okay, let's see what that looks like. So this is pretty far to the right, the first thing to fade in. This next one should be farther to the left. We see it's kind of stacked. I could, set the width of one of these. 500 pixels. So you can do all sorts of organization of your images as you see fit. I always just look up, as I've kind of mentioned previously, I go to the guide. I look up the type of format that I'm working on, so RevealJS in this case, and I just see what what it shares with me there to see kind of my options. I also find that looking at gallery, presentations, as well as this example presentation that they list here on the docs is super, super useful. You can check out the source code here. I'll also link it in the description. So you can see all sorts of different things that you can do. Okay, that's some of the basics on slideshows. So tying this together, we can actually create websites here with Quarto as well. So to do that, I recommend starting with the kind of index.qmd. So I'm going to just say, welcome to my website. Here you can find some Quarto examples. And then if we specify in our quarto.yaml file that this is a project of type website, and we give some website criteria here. And so I'm following all of this from the Quarto docs website. So if we go to quarto.org/docs/websites, we see we can get some useful stuff here. I'm going to just copy this website stuff here. I'm going to paste it in. We can say our home page is equal to index.qmd. And now how about I do, so I could just render in an about page as this, but I'm going to pass in our, how about HTML report. I'll pass in our PDF report. I don't know if the PDF report will work perfectly because it is specifically needs to be HTML, but I could pass in our presentation.qmd. I could pass in our dashboard.qmd. And now if we go back to that web page, we see that we can do Quarto preview to see our website. So I'm going to do Quarto preview. And we see we get a website. I can click on so I guess it's giving the title based on what title each of these QMDs have. So like the movie data analysis, this is probably our dashboard. Oh no, this is our HTML report. We see that. If we go to our Quarto crash course, I think this is our slideshow. We see that on the web page. We can go to our dashboard. This is a different dashboard, but it's also included in the repo. All of this is on the website. This today, we could very easily, I think, change the title of our website. Oh, I guess the website was called today. So our first Quarto website. I could do another Quarto preview. We see that. We see our homepage. The different sections. And you can look at the documentation. I would recommend doing that to see all of your different options and whatnot of what you can do with the websites, as well as like theming it when publishing it. So we could publish it the same way. I could do, go to Posit Connect Cloud, link in the description, and specify I want to publish a Quarto and use primary file index.qmd, and we should have success doing that. So that is websites really, really quickly. Real quick, I want to just show a more advanced example of parameterized reporting, which is super, super useful in the real world. So let's say you are doing a country analytics report and you need to generate one for each country. We can do that via parameterized reports. And I'm going to just kind of show an example. So I'm creating a parameterized report.qmd, and we'll use our movie data set. So we'll start writing some Python code here. So this will be, I'm going to just call this top movies. And we'll make it a report based on all these different genres. And the format is HTML. And we need to now, because this is going to be parameterized, we need to have our parameters special syntax at the top. It's slightly different for R, but this is how we do it in Python. Tags, parameters, and then our only parameter here is maybe how about number or num movies and genre. And we'll close that. And then basically we'll have top movies in, and then I'll just say Python genre, top movies in genre, and then we need like 5 movies, so number 5, number 4, number 3, number 2, number 1, and in each of those, let's say we want a little bit more code here. I'm going to add my code to the top just so it's a little bit neater. So we need some code to get the top movies. So what we could do is we want to get our data frame, so import pandas as PD, df equals pd.read CSV, and it is specifically in data/tmdb small.csv. I'm going to just print df head real quick just to see what we're working with. I'm going to run this cell. Okay. Do we have a genre? So I'm going to actually print out df.columns. Rerun this cell. Genres. Okay, we have a genres. So let's look up what genres looks like. Oh, oops, I just wanted to run this cell. Okay, so it's like a string of, get out of here. Run this cell. It's like a string, so we only want one genre. I think we did this previously in this code. If I look at HTML report, there's a primary genre function, so I'm going to just copy that code. Primary genre, and then how about we also lowercase this? I don't know if it's already lowercased. So I'm going to real quick now look up primary genre dot unique. And I can run this cell again. Okay, so I got to do dot string dot lower. I just want to make sure they're all lowercased. Okay, we get this. So now we have a nice list to work off of. So I'm going to just paste this as a comment. Okay. And now if we want to just get those movies that are in a certain genre, we could do df genre equals when the primary genre is equal to the genre that we specify. And then the top movies in that genre are going to be this list. And we want to sort it. And this is autocomplete is doing great for us. We want to grab the head. So now let's look at our, I guess I'll call this top movies. Let's look at this real quick. Genre is not defined. Run this real quick. Then run this cell. Okay, we got our top movies, I think. I'm going to actually do display. I think this should work. Oh, and popularity is not what we want to sort it by. We want to, I don't know what the popularity column is necessarily. I want to do vote average. Okay, so we see we get some movies. Are these sorted by genre? These are considered comedy? That's crazy for Parasite, or this, I don't know, this one. Regardless, we can do, you know, Python. It's going to be top movies dot loc 4, right? To get the fifth one. And then let's say we wanted to get the title from it. And maybe we wanted to also get the description. So you'll see this work in a second. So let's look at what our report looks like right now. I'm going to comment this line out temporarily. Just remove it real quick. I just want to see if this code is working to start. Okay. So we get that fifth video movie, A Dog's Will. And I could also add, what is the column called? With description. I want to look up the columns again. I'm looking for overview. That will work. So I could do something like surround this maybe with bold text. I think that this should work. And then maybe I add the description. Overview. Run this. Look at that. And then I could do, I want echo to be false. I don't want to see all this code on the screen. Look at that. And now we could copy basically the same code for all of our other reports. Make this 3, make this 3, make this 2, make this 2, make this 1, make this 1, and make this 0 and 0. And now we look at this, we run it, we get all of our different movies and like the descriptions of the movies. I love this Forrest Gump, great movie. And that's for comedy specifically, but cool thing is we could very easily go ahead and do a Quarto render parameterized report.qmd-p, and now we want to set, how about, so you could also play around with the number of movies. That would be, I guess, a challenge for here is how could you dynamically do all this instead of doing it kind of hard-coded like we have right now. So number of movies isn't really useful here yet, but genre, and now I make it, how about Western. We'll see this all update. So if I refresh this, we see the top movies in Western. We could even do something like genre.capitalize. Run this again. I just noticed that our Quarto YAML is still going crazy over here because we added the website stuff. So I'm just going to remove that temporarily. Okay. We could run it again, doing genre equals, how about action, or let's see what options we have. Action, that seems good. Refresh this. Top Gun Maverick. Actually, I don't know if I've seen Top Gun Maverick. That's pretty bad. Cool. And you could even do like a Python script now. If you want to get really into it, I could do like generate all reports. I could run for, or like genres. Generate all reports.py, this should be called. Genres equals, in our parameterized report, we'll just copy all these genres. So we have a list of all these genres. Oh, shoot. You could print this out nicely as a list. I'm just going to do it manually as a one-time thing. Okay, so we have all of our genres. I could do a for I in genre, or for genre in genres. We could run the command insert Python code to run the command Quarto render parameterized report genre. So we could run this using the OS library, pass in the parameter, And we could also give it an output name. I forget exactly how to do output names. Let's just look up Quarto render dash H. How do we give it a name? I think we do dash dash output. Let's see what output. Yeah, output. So we're going to do dash dash output, and we'll call this, how about genre.html. And this is an F string, so we're able to do this stuff. So now if I run this, we should be able to generate all of these reports. So if we currently look at our output, we see, there's no special name or anything. But if I run this, parameterized, how do we spell that? Parameterized dash report. Did I spell that correct? Come on, cross my fingers. Run this. We see it doing work. I would open this up in the Finder. If we look at all of the new reports that we have, we see documentary.html, romance.html. So like, what are the top romance ones? Open that up. 5 feet apart. Gabriel's Inferno, never heard of it. If I open up War, what do we got there? Fury, Guy Ritchie's Covenant, 1917. So these are just based on the vote average, the top movies. If we look up animation, what do we have there? Cool. And yeah, you might want to maybe make something with like having to have a higher vote count too to really make this a more interesting reports. But it is really cool to see all of these different HTML reports that we have that we generated using this simple Python script in combination with Quarto. So that's some a kind of advanced topic that I use a lot in the real world that can be super, super helpful with Quarto. All right, we covered a lot in this video. We covered, kind of the basics of setup and installation with Quarto, and then we started seeing how we can generate different types of outputs using the same QMD or IPython notebook files. This is only really scratching the surface of all the possibilities with Quarto, but I hope it's a good launching point that you can kind of build off of and take and adapt to your own projects. If there are certain topics that we didn't cover in this video that you would love to learn more about, we're always looking for recommendations, so leave those down in the comments. If you did enjoy this video, it would mean a lot if you like it, and also subscribe to the channel to not miss future videos like this one. Thank you all for watching. Until next time, peace out. Hey, what's up everyone? Wanted to share a quick tip today that I find very valuable in my own professional experience working with Quarto. And that is the ability to use parameters to generate hundreds of different reports quickly using Quarto and Python. So some context for why you might want to do this. Imagine you are working for your local government and you need to create different types of analytics reports for each town in your state. Or imagine you're working for a big retail store and you need to generate sales reports for each department in your store. Or maybe you are working at a software company and you need to generate financial reports for each one of your clients. I think traditionally this might require a bunch of manual work where you're just copy and pasting like time after time, and it can get very tedious. Whereas using Quarto strategically, you can just do this in minutes. In this video, we'll be using a movie dataset to generate our reports. But after watching the video, you should be able to apply the same concepts to your own real-world use cases and datasets pretty easily. So to get started, make sure you have Quarto installed and know a little bit about the basics of Quarto. If you don't, that's totally fine. We recently posted a Quarto crash course that you can see right here, or I'll link it in the description if not. And that covers, setup and installation, the basics of the Markdown syntax, and what you can do with Quarto. At the end of that video specifically, we highlighted an example where we could create these parameterized reports. So for context, we have the movie database dataset, which I'll link information about in the description, but it has all sorts of different movies and information like what did people rate them out of 10, how many votes did they get, and other information such as like an overview of the movie and the genres that the movie is in, etc. So at the end of the Quarto crash course video, we had a little report that we could generate based on the top movies for a certain genre. So we'll see an example of that real quick. So we can see for the top movies in comedy from this data set, we have these 5 movies. In this video, we'll build off of that and see how we can do all sorts of things and actually generate hundreds of PDF analytic reports for all these different movie categories. The code is linked in the description. All right, so we have a example Quarto Markdown file right here. If we look at some of the information in here, so let's run this cell and run this cell, we have this data frame of movies, and that's what I just showed. So I'm going to just highlight this real quick. We have all of these different movies, and we specifically are sorting it by genre, so we can see the genre by looking at this. So this is specifically movies that have comedy as their first genre listed. And then we're basically getting the top movies from that, which we can see right here are these 5 movies in this situation. Let's imagine that we wanted to be able to set any genre in any number of movies and create a unique novel report for each of these situations. So to start out, let's see how we could dynamically create a report for a different genre. So I'm going to open up a terminal window, and it's as easy as doing something like Quarto render. We have parameterized report.qmd here. We're going to render this, but we're going to specifically pass a parameter, and we will call this parameter, as we see here, we have this cell that defines what parameters we can use. But we'll pass in the genre is action, how about, and create that. If we look in our files, basically a new report will be created, and we can open that. And we see we get the top movies in action. Real quick, I just want to mention that while we're using this syntax to specify our parameters using Python and Jupyter, if you're doing the same type of thing with R, you can specify your parameters within your actual YAML. So I would, basically paste these params. I would edit my header to include these params, and then I could reference them by doing the following. But you can repeat basically the same exact process to create many, many reports very quickly using this type of command line syntax. If we wrote a Python script, we could very easily do this for many different genres. So if you look at the file generate all reports, again, GitHub code is linked in the description. We see we take all of the different genres we have, and we can iterate a loop over these genres, and we can output a specific report for each genre, and we save it in the file genre.html. So if I run this real quick, we see a bunch of different reports being generated over here. I'm going to pause this real quick. You could look at any one of these reports. This code works. Looks like it's still running. I didn't actually cancel it. You could look at any one of these reports and you can find the information about these different categories. But imagine we wanted to take this a step further. How could we do that? So one task, and feel free to try this on your own, but imagine you wanted to have a dynamic number of movies here. How might you do that? Feel free to pause the video, try it out on your own before you see the solution that I would use. And also imagine maybe you wanted to make this analytics report more interesting. You wanted to add a graph or something, and maybe instead of HTML, make it PDF. How could we do all of these things? Okay, so starting out, if we wanted to dynamically list a certain amount of movies, we could delete all of this, or maybe I'll copy one cell just so we have it for reference. But we could delete all of this. And basically, if you think about Python, think about code, if we have the same type of thing repeated, it's kind of prime for a for loop. So let's make this a for loop for I in range number of movies. We basically want to output the movie. So we could, do print, how did we get the index? And we might also actually want to iterate over this. Okay, so for I in range number of movies, we want to get our movie. So movie equals top movies dot iloc I. How about we want to print out maybe the movie title. And we also want to print out the overview of the movie. And so let's run this real quick. Okay, it didn't really execute the code, it looks like, because we didn't close our Python code cell. All right, run that again. Okay, we see it all there, but it's not formatted in any way. So maybe we'd be like, okay, let's make this an F string and add a header tag here, and then pass this in as a parameter. So now we're using F strings to actually pass in Markdown. We do the same down here with our description, and maybe I make this description, and then pass in movie overview as a parameter. Close that off. Make sure that this is closed too. Run this. And we see it's all there. Again, still it's not being rendered as Markdown. So there's a cool output option that you have available in both Python and R within Quarto, and you can pass in output. I think it's output is asis. Don't know what this stands for exactly, but let me pull in the documentation. So on this page, quarto.org docs computations execution options.html, we have this output asis option, which allows you to generate raw Markdown output. And it's different based on if you're using the Jupyter Python engine or the Knitr engine for R. It's slightly different. But we're going to set that option and now rerun this. Not quite working how we want it, but I think if we add some new lines here, so a new line for our headers and a new line for our descriptions, then these will print out properly. Look at that. And maybe we also wanted the number of the movie. So instead of doing for I in range number of movies, we want to kind of iterate over this backwards, I believe. So range number of movies to 0, iterate -1, because we want it backwards. So this would be number I print, maybe we make this bold. We can pass in the same type of bold parameters, title, and now let's run this. I think this is number of movies -1. And this is a little quirky, but if we're iterating backwards, we want it to stop at 0, so we could do to -1 to get it to go to the right range. And we could just do number I+1 here, just to make it more, because we started indexing 0 with Python, but we, count from 1. So here we go, top movies and comedy. And if you wanted to make this a little bit more fancy, one thing you could also do is add a URL of the poster image. So in that data set, there is a poster path image. And if you add this poster path to a base URL, so we can say URL equals the base path is this. And then we want to add our poster path. So I can just pass in movie poster path. And now we could also include this in our data. And I really just need to pass in the URL. I don't need to actually pass in the title here. So this is now an image. Run this. Look at that. You could make it smaller if you wanted to. You could do width equals 50% or something here. Or maybe we even make it 25%. I think we have to pass this in as a string. Oh, this should be in the print statement. Run this. And now we're using the same level of quotes inside of quotes, so it's getting a little bit messed up. Let's just try 25%. Oh, it's getting confused because we're putting variables within an F string. Okay, that works, 25%. Cool, so just to understand what's going, if you use double brackets, that basically just lets you use the raw brackets in your string. Okay, so now we have top movies and comedy, looks like this. We could very easily change this to a PDF format. And we see we get the same looking thing here in PDF format. If you wanted to make this more interesting, you could, let's say, add a table of contents. Now we see a table of contents. You could also, let's say, add page breaks. So maybe I didn't want anything to show up. Maybe I wanted the top movies to show up on a different page. Add a page break. You see now it starts there. We could also add, let's say, a graph of all of the movies in that genre. So how about we do ratings distribution or something. I'm going to change up the syntax of this a little bit. So we're going to do top movies here. We're going to have that double header. We're going to make these numbers triple headers. And we're going to have something that's just called ratings distribution for, how about the genre. And that's going to be a Python graph, Python histogram, import. Just close this off real quick. Import Matplotlib, pyplot, plot.hist. We'll pass in the genre of movies, and we'll specifically be plotting the vote average. And look at how well it automatically auto-completes this with GitHub Copilot. I'll add a X label, which is just going to be the rating. and then the Y label will be the vote count, or the frequency, so the number of times, this number of movies that have this rating. And you could, using Quarto syntax, do like a figure caption, rating, histogram for genre. You could add a fig cap location. We'll make it below. Let's see what the options are. Bottom. And we'll align this to the center. So fig align center. We run this now. How about we add a page break here too? Run this. See top movies. We get a histogram. If I wanted to make this not show this text, let's see. Then we want to do a plot.show to just tie it all together. Cool, so we get this on the first page, or the second page, because we're using page breaks. Then we see the top movies. And with this now, we can render it with a different set of parameters. So Quarto render parameterized report.qmd -p, number of movies, how about, is going to be 20. And how about the genre will be action. So now we have 20 movies, and they are action. See all of them. So cool, it's dynamically working. We could then go to our generate all reports. In addition to iterating over the genres, maybe we also iterate for num movies. So maybe we make the number of movies a range. So maybe it's between 15 or 5 and 25. I'm trying to think how we can get to 100 reports. If you have 20 times, this is 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 18 categories. And if we do 20 iterations for each category, we'll get to hundreds of reports that we can generate. So how about for I in range 5 to 25, this is the number of movies we're going to include. For genre movies with I movies, and then we could also do genre underscore I. We can make this a PDF. We could also specify where we save this. So maybe we save it in a PDF report, PDF reports directory. So I'm going to change my quarto.yaml to do that. And so here we will be generating tons of reports in just a matter of minutes. And then we pass in another parameter. Number of movies is going to be I. So we run this command. I'll make it a little smaller so you can see. And now, if we run this, we see this folder PDF reports get created, and it is populating different PDF reports for each of these parameters. And if we look in that folder, we can go to PDF reports. We could click on one of these. So here's the one for Action 5. We see 5 movies with the image and the description. We could go to Action 11, and we see this one has 11 movies. And yeah, yes, like this use case might not be exactly what you need for your own project, but the cool thing here is that we're running a Python script to dynamically set these parameters, and we can just change up the variables, run new reports, and generate all these super quickly. So if you have a data set where you're doing this for each town, doing this for each department in your store, etc., you can use these same concepts and do it super quickly. And as you can see, our reports are just generating in the background. This automation is super, super helpful. One final concept worth touching on quick is even in this for loop, we can also add, let's say, fenced divs if we wanted to. So let's say we wanted to align how about the image and the description on the same row. We could do that using a layout fenced div. So imagine we pass in another print statement. We pass in the 3 colons to specify fenced div. We pass in the layout parameter. So layout equals something like 100 that's going to affect the title because that's our first paragraph. It's not going to affect the heading. And then I can pass in, how about 30% and 70%. We could even just keep it as the 25% that we have right now for the image. And we can now delete this width. And so if we look at what happens when we do this, run this. Oh, I guess I need to close the fenced div as well. So let me just do that real quick. Print. And we should probably add some new lines here. So new line here and a new line here. We might have to add multiple, I'm not sure. But run this again. Okay, it didn't quite work. Let's just add another new line. I'm going to add 2 new lines to each of these just to make sure it's separated plenty. Make sure that this is closed. Looks like we screwed up the layout. And shoot, I also didn't close the layout tag. Keep making small mistakes. There we go. That should be good. Now we see that it is aligned with 30% of this in this column and 70% in the next column. It looks a little clunky though right now. One cool trick you can also do is you can specify these negative spaces. So this is just basically a blank space column. And then I make this 65. So it's saying, okay, the first item here takes up 25% of the real estate, which is the URL. And then the next one takes up 65%. And we basically leave this blank 10% width. So if now I run this, we see we get a little bit of space there too. So you can play around with formatting things like this. You can incorporate fenced divs using the print statements and whatnot too. Cool to check out. All right, while we were doing that, I think all of the reports have run. Let's check it out. And if I go to this directory, as you can see, we have hundreds of reports created in a short amount of time. If you want to see how we can generate reports like this with more complex formatting using types and just some more complex concepts, you can check out the video that I posted on my own channel that will be linked right here or also linked in the description. All right, that's all we're going to do in this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you found it useful. If you did, throw it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And let us know if you have any recommendations for future videos. Until next time, everyone, peace out. Hey, what's up everyone, and welcome back to another video. So in this video, we're going to solve a common data science data analysis challenge, and that is ultimately bridging the gap between the data science notebook or wherever you write your code and the presentations, the slideshows, the reports that you often share with business stakeholders. So in this video, we will see how we can take a notebook that looks like this, a bunch of code everywhere, a bunch of graphs, but it's a bit messy. There's, a lot here and it's hard to process by just looking at this alone. And we'll see how we can turn it into a much more human readable, much more digestible HTML analytics report, as you can see here with descriptions of, what the different graphs means and some recommendations for a telecom company. So the data set that we'll be working off of in this video comes from this Kaggle data set. It is telecom customer churn data. So given a bunch of customers and information about the customers, like how much they're spending per month, how long they've been with the company, etc., can we predict, or not even necessarily can we predict, but can we see why certain people are churning, meaning they're leaving our telecom company versus others are not? So this data is available on Kaggle. I think it originally came from IBM, but you can also access it via the GitHub repo that is linked in the description. So we'll see how we can take a messy notebook that has some analysis and insights and turn it into an HTML report using Quarto. So I think the first step in this is that we have this notebook, and I think we can see what happens if we render this with Quarto by default as an HTML file. So what I might do is that you can access all of these files via the GitHub link, so feel free to clone the repo, but I might just make a copy just so I can kind of see the changes in what we've done of this notebook, paste it, and I might call this something like report.ipython notebook. And both the starting file, analysis.ipython notebook, and the ending file, this report that we're going to be working off, are both in the GitHub repo, so feel free to see the before and after. But the first step that I want to do is take this notebook. I'm going to open up a terminal window, and I guess I can do that in VS Code with this. And I want to render this IPython notebook as an HTML file. If you're not super familiar with Quarto, we've posted a Quarto crash course recently. A link to that is in the description, so you can understand all of the basics of Quarto, and a video like this will make more sense. But you also can watch this without any prior Quarto knowledge and kind of get a feel of what you can do with Quarto. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do a Quarto render report.ipython notebook, and it's kind of cool that I can just create files off of these Jupyter notebooks directly. And we see we have a report.html created. So if I look at my files, we see report.html. I'll go ahead and open this. Okay. We see we have a file that looks like this. And basically it just looks very, very similar to our notebook. So it's not quite super digestible yet. I think we can do some things to immediately make it more digestible for a potential client. So imagine we are working for this telecom company and we're a consulting company, and we're saying they hired us to be like, hey, why are our customers leaving? We want to get it into a format where we can bring back our analysis and be like, hey, this is why. And we're not quite there yet. We don't want them to see the code. We don't want to see a lot of the aspects of this. So let's go ahead and make some immediate changes that will make this a bit easier to share with a client. The first thing you'll want to do is we should, above our title, add some of the YAML parameters. So with any sort of Quarto document, we're going to add these parameters. And I think it's fine that you do this in a markdown cell. I think you could also do this in a raw text cell within your Jupyter notebook, but I'm going to make this format. We'll start with an HTML. I don't need to add a title right now, but one thing that I do want to probably do is I'm going to make the code echo equaling false. Will make the code not show up. So I'm going to go ahead and now rerun this. We can look at this file now. I'm going to refresh this. And now we don't see any of our code. So that's a good starting point. However, there's also just a bunch of random text and stuff on the screen that I'm still seeing. So let's maybe try to hide some more details here. So for example, all of this stuff probably don't need to see. So one thing that's cool that you can do is you can do use this pound pipe syntax and specify different parameters within your code cells. So if I do output is false here, and now rerun this, we see all this info right now in our, or I guess I'm at the very bottom, so let me go up top. We see all this info right now in our report, but if I refresh this, we don't see it anymore and we start with our table. So that's a bit better of an option. I also don't need to show stuff like import necessary libraries and load data. That's not very helpful here. So let's go ahead and hide that from our notebook. And one thing you can do is if you know Quarto, you can use that same type of fence div syntax. So I could add a fence div like content hidden. There's a bunch of different built-ins like content hidden that are useful to know, because you can also do like content visible, and you could add like conditionals like only showing these headers if the format is a PDF, for example. So content hidden and content visible are good parameters to know about. I add this, and now if we rerun our notebook, we will see this disappear when I refresh. So we see that disappear, so that's hiding like a header. This is already looking a bit better, but it's not perfect. One thing that I might want to do too is that there seems to be error messages down here. I probably should hide all error outputs. I think that would be worthwhile. So I can do that with doing warning is also false. And again, we'll regenerate this, refresh this, and we see those messages disappear. I don't know what's going on with this one down here, but we probably can get rid of that as well. Other things is maybe as part of this analysis, as part of this consulting work we're doing, we're building a model to help predict churn of users, but maybe all of this stuff is not quite ready to share yet. So if I wanted to hide a bunch of sections in code, I could do it the same way we just hid that header. So go into our code. I'm going to go down to the model section. And above this, I will add that same fence div. And I just want to hide all of this content for now. Maybe in the future, we will share another report with them. And I could add another. So we have this up top. I could add another cell down at the bottom and just close off. This will make this markdown and close off it. And if we run this, we're going to see that whole model building section disappear. So we see we have model building right now. If I refresh the page, it all disappears. Okay, so now we just really have our analysis. And I think graphs alone aren't necessarily the most helpful. I think it's a matter of showing the graphs and telling this story alongside the graphs. So let's start telling stories as part of our code. And I guess to tell the story, we have to understand the story. So a few things that we'll note immediately is that, okay, roughly, I guess this gives us an exact number, 26.5% of our customers churned. And that's about, roughly 2,000. And, we had, 5,200, let's say, stay as part of our company. If we look at the distribution of this information, we see that their tenure, so how long they've been with the company, the likelihood that they're going to churn is super, super high. It's a great percentage of those new customers, and it's still pretty high the first few months here in this histogram we see. So if you're a new customer, we want to pay more attention to you because you're at the greatest risk of churning, as we can see by this. So understanding new customers are likely to churn, that's helpful insight for our customer. We also see that if we look at the relative monthly charges, we kind of get, low churn, low churn, low churn if the price is cheap. But as we start getting into these higher price points, the percentage of customers in that bin, that monthly charge range, there's a higher percentage of them that are going to churn if they're paying these higher monthly charges. Another insight from this numeric data. And then finally, we see that basically as the total amount of charges, so I would think of this as tenure times monthly charges. If people stick around and have spent a lot of money with our telecom company, they're less likely to churn. So we want to keep our customers happy in the early months, because once they've spent some money and know our service, know our product, then they're less likely to churn. So another insight from all of this. So I'm doing things like this, actually getting the insights and thinking about them, and then let's actually write some text on the screen that kind of captures some of this stuff. So I'll go ahead and capture some of those thoughts, and then you can also look through these bar charts and see some other insights on these more binary variables. So like gender has very little effect. If they're a senior citizen, yes, they're more likely to churn. So maybe they're not understanding the technology as well or something. Maybe there's more hurdles. It seems like if someone has a partner independence, they're less likely to churn. So maybe it's just more important that they have our service. They're less independent and can just pick up and leave and move to a new provider. More people in their family depend on the current service. We see that fiber optic gives us a much higher likelihood of churn, as well as month-to-month contracts are great indicators of churn. So we want to probably move as many people to 1 year and 2 year contracts. So some more insights I'm just kind of speaking out, but let's put this all on the screen in our notebook. Okay, so we have our report. And I want to add some text to all of this. So we just were talking about these plots. So maybe I add a markdown cell above or below this graph. And we'll make this markdown. And I can paste in some thoughts I have about these numeric features. This is kind of what I just said. Can add this. And then maybe for the same thing with the bar charts, we add some text details. We had this markdown, and we add some bullet points on kind of what we're thinking about. So these were some insights from the bar charts. Cool. Let's rerun this real quick and just see what we have now. One good thing to note real quick is if you are generating these Quarto reports via the command line and via a Jupyter notebook, one thing that you'll want to do is potentially add this render and then this -- execute parameter. This will just make sure that all of your Jupyter Notebook cells are run so that it's not just using what's already on the screen. It's actually rerunning the code as well to produce the report. Okay, so let's run that command. Okay, and now let's look at our report. Okay, so we should see some text now pop up on the screen. Okay, we see that. That's good. We'll improve the formatting soon. That's good. We have some more insights. Maybe we also add some insights at the top. So before this initial data exploration section. So just kind of talking about the process that we're doing in general. So what I could do here is add, right below this title, some more text. So maybe I'm just giving a bit of an overview on what we're doing here. And let's say our consulting company is called like Alpha Consulting Co. And this is just kind of a high level what this report is providing. Add that to our report. Trying to think if there's other things that we want to do. One thing that I'm seeing down here too is that this text is showing up on the screen alongside our graphs. If you do a plot.show with your Matplotlib, this will help fix this issue. So I'm going to do plot.show in both of these scenarios. So we should see that disappear. Let's go ahead and run that command again. Okay, so we should see this text disappear. We should see an overview over at the top of our report. Cool, we got our overview. We got our high-level overview of the data. Cool, this is starting to be better and better. One thing I'm seeing is some of the page details are getting cut off. There's a few different solutions to this. One thing that you can do is there's a web page that can be helpful here. I'm going to go to docs/output formats/ page layout. And this gives us a little bit of information on, an HTML page, as well as how much space we have in the body here. So what I might do to help give myself more space for my graphs is I might make the page layout full. And then I might specify a little bit of a larger body width here in our document. So to do that, we can go into our parameters. I can add maybe we specifically modify the HTML settings in case we wanted to add more types of documents. So I want to add page, what was that called? Page layout full. And then maybe I wanted to customize the grid, and we see the grid down here at the bottom. And maybe I want to change the body width to be a bit bigger than 800 px. So we're basically changing this. We're changing those, specifically the body width. So I'll say it's like 1200 px. This is kind of a little bit of playing around with things to figure this out. Cool. Another minor detail that you'll want to do is if you just took this report.html file and, like, let's say I opened it up in the Finder. Let's say I made a copy of it and put it in my downloads, and then I tried opening it up. What you'll see is a file that looks like this, and not the most appealing looking file. So another thing that I recommend that you add to your code is embed resources true. And that basically, instead of adding these extra files that do the formatting or like the styling and whatnot, it all is encapsulated in the report.html. So if you do move the file or share the file, whoever gets it will be able to work off of things immediately. Maybe we also wanted to add a PDF version of this to our doc, and this would require some more formatting probably. I probably won't get into the details here, but it's a cool setting to see that we have. And maybe we also add a table of contents to our doc. So we added a bunch of things here. Let's see what our changes look like. Okay, so let's think what we added here. We had a table of contents, PDF. We embedded the resources. We made the page wider. So now we got something that looks like this, taking up much more of the page. And you can kind of decide what's right for you, but I like that it has this ability. That's pretty good. We're getting there. Maybe we add some recommendations down at the bottom for what we recommend they do as a company. Based on what we've already chatted about a little bit, like we want to spend more attention with them early on in their tenure. We want to maybe add incentives or something to get more people off of these month-to-month contracts and to the 1 year and 2 year contracts. Because we see with these graphs down here, like these are all the month-to-month contracts, high churn percentage, even if they've been with the company for a while. Whereas these are the churn percentages for 1 year contracts, pretty low across the board. And then it gets even lower across the board. This is relative percentages for these bins when we get to 2 year contracts. So maybe we offer some discounts or whatnot. This graph isn't very helpful. Let's hide this graph too. But let's add some recommendations to our notebook. So you can either do it below or before model building. I'm going to just do it after or before the model building stuff because that's all hidden anyways. So we'll add, Markdown, we'll add some recommendations, and I'm just going to paste these in to save some time. Okay, so here are some recommendations, and here are some of our findings, just kind of recapped. It's good to kind of encapsulate this all in text, I would say, especially if you're sending this and not actually talking about it with a client in a meeting or something. It's just a standalone document. Cool, and it also mentions that we're gonna work on our model that's currently hidden from the report. That's good. What was the other thing that we mentioned that we wanted to do here? Oh, we wanted to hide this graph specifically, I think. I don't think this was very useful. Oh, it's not showing right now, for whatever reason. Let's try running all this code again. Okay, I want to hide this, so I could, again, do output false to hide it. Let's rerun this. We're going to see this disappear, and we're going to see our recommendations at the bottom. So I'm going to refresh this first. What I was trying to check with this plot was that, how much are people spending on the different contracts? But this dimensionality doesn't really help us. So it's much more meaningful of a visual. I guess this is not the same visualization. But basically what we see from this is just that people kind of spend different monthly charges, whether they're month to month, 1 year or 2 years. So there's not like a significant difference in charges that they're paying, or like they're not saving a significant amount of money. It seems like as is on 1 year or 2 year, which is something we probably should recommend for them to do. But I don't need to show that graph. Yeah. So here are recommendations. Cool. All right. I think the biggest thing we want to do now is just maybe package this text and this data in a little bit better of a format. So other things we could do here is we could add, I could add a bigger font size. Maybe I make my font size 18 pixels. I don't know if this is going to be too big. Let's just see what this looks like real quick. I don't know if that font size changed anything. Instead of pixels, I might have to do PT. Run that one more time. Okay, so our text is bigger. So depending on if you think the text should be bigger or not, that's good. I think we should just try to organize this a bit better, make these side by side in columns, just kind of fill the space a bit better. This is a really tall graph. So, put this side by side, or I guess put this side by side with this. We could add some dividers between sections. So let's go ahead and do that. And one thing that I do encourage you to check out is that, it's nice sometimes to work in this Jupyter Notebook, but you also can very easily convert your Jupyter Notebook file, this IPython notebook file, into a Quarto Markdown file. So if I run Quarto convert report.ipython notebook, we'll now have an equivalent Quarto Markdown file. Very, very helpful. And maybe I want to just do some of the steps here because I think it's a little easier to add columns and whatnot via this Quarto Markdown file. For example, we wanted to maybe make 2 columns, so I could add a layout number of columns equals 2 right here. And then the churn graph should be right next to the counts should be right next to the pie chart. Also, one nice thing about using the QMD is I can really quickly render it via the preview button. And I can see it in this little window. Okay, so that's now nicely next to each other. Okay, maybe we make this a level 2 header, make this a level 3 header, numeric features right here. Okay, I want to make this graph right here side by side with my text. So to do that, what I could do is I want to maybe move the text to be on the left side. I can also separate it from this other section by using these 3 asterisks. You'll see a line now be created between them. But then I want to we'll add a different type of layout here. We'll add a layout equals, and we'll put in, how about 30% of our space gets taken up by the text and 70% gets taken up by the chart. I think that this should work out of the box. Let's see. And I probably will have to open this up full screen to actually see this. Okay, side by side, cool. We see a nice line between here. Okay, this layout's not working right now. Not sure why. Might have specified something a little bit off. I think maybe I have to actually surround this in quotes. Not quite working how we wanted it to. What we could do though is we can show, like basically it's getting confused because it's taking this as a column and then it's taking this as a column and then it's taking all of this as a column. So what we could do to make this a little bit more explicit is I can make this an outer fence div. I'm gonna use 5 to do that. I can make an inner fence div, which is my first column, and then close that off, and then make a second column and close that off right before the full fence div closes. Oh, we see that it's already looking better, at least in this preview. Refresh. Cool, that looks pretty good. We also probably could caption this as like, these are categorical features, so I might add a little bit more notation. Categorical features, cool. Maybe I want to add some text here too. So maybe I add some more formatting here. And I want this to take up, how about 70% of the space? This to take up 30. So little details on the fiber optic information. We see we have these charts. Maybe I wanted to put them all next to each other. So I could do something like layout number of columns equals 3. And then I could do something called, I could go to this article layout and see all the different options. Maybe I wanted to take up the full screen. I could add this column screen parameter or column screen inset. So I'll do that real quick. Cool. Now what we're going to see, oh, I got to close this off. But actually, it's already basically working. Cool. Maybe I want to add a line in between these. And you can decide if this is right or not. Maybe this is too squished. But I want to add some more sections. So add a line, separate this a bit more. Add a line here to separate a bit more, and then maybe add some text after this. Basically just saying, or maybe I put it above. So maybe I give this a little section header. Turn by type of contract. Maybe I give this a header of, why might internet service matter? Okay. Then add some text. How about here? Like, just basically specifying what we are seeing with the different types of contracts. Run this. Refresh our page. See that? Cool. Recommendations. Awesome. This looks pretty good. One minor thing is if you wanted to make this data a little bit more play aroundable, you could add an interactive table. So that's done using this itables library. So I could do import itables, and this is in the requirements.txt. And then I could do itables.show. How about the first 50 rows? Now, if we see what this looks like, now we can just like have a little bit more interactivity
looking at our data. So if you gave this to a client, they could play around with this a bit. This all looks pretty good. Last thing is you could either send them this report.html, or maybe it makes sense for you to host it somewhere. So one easy thing that you can do is if you push this to a GitHub repo and you sign up with Posit Connect Cloud, you can publish a Quarto doc. So like we could take this repo that we're working off of, we could take the master branch, and then we could publish. So I might need to push this real quick. So there's two ways I would recommend publishing. You can either publish this QMD file, or you could actually add your report.html and publish and make sure it's has this embed resources true, and add this to your repo and specify that to be rendered. So to do either of these things though, I would basically see my changes, git add report.qmd. Maybe I add my report, the changes to my analysis report. Maybe I add that report.html. The one thing is, once you converted an IPython notebook to the QMD, you might have two kind of files in parallel. You might want to figure out what you want to do with both of them. So you could either keep them both, or decide what format you want to work in. Finished code from video, git push origin master. So now if I go to that Posit Connect Cloud, I will see the option to specify a primary file. So our file is called report.qmd or HTML. Either of these will work just fine. I'll go ahead and do the HTML version, publish this. Now we have our report online on a web page. We can share this with someone. We could get the link right here, copy it, share it with a client, whatnot. That's going to be much easier to work with this. You still have your same code, your same notebook that you could play around with and tweak things more. But now we have a nice, more human readable way to display our insights and findings. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty quick that we can do this. Definitely can be very, very helpful to incorporate into your workflow. One last thing that I should mention is that we could also very easily convert our QMD file. So if I, let's say, deleted my report file now, I could very easily convert my report.qmd file back to a IPython notebook file. So you can go to and from these formats very easily. It might change up things a little bit on you on how things are formatted and worded, but can be very, very helpful. All right, that is converting Jupyter Notebooks to reports in Python using Quarto. Hopefully you enjoyed this tutorial. If you did, make sure to throw it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We'll be back with another Quarto and Python video very soon. Until next time, everyone, peace out.
Hey, what's up everyone, and welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to see how we can build dashboards using Python and Quarto so that you can put together dashboards like the one you see on the screen with different types of components, different types of graphs, even different pages that have tables and some interactivity in them. We'll start with the basics and kind of work our way up to this. There's no prereqs to watch this video, but it might be helpful to check out the recent Quarto crash course we posted, which I'll link in the description. And if you work more in the R space, I might also recommend checking out Mine's recent tutorials on Quarto dashboards, which are also linked in the description. To get started, there's a GitHub repo that has some data in it. So it specifically has some Airbnb data, both on all-time listings ratings and some specific reviews that the Airbnbs were given. This data came from a site called InsideAirbnb.com, and basically downloaded some data from the Boston area there. I augmented it very slightly, but I feel like it's a good data source to use to kind of build a real-world-esque dashboard with Quarto and Python. All of that's linked in the description. In addition, the finished dashboard file that we'll have complete after this video will be found there. And you can also see what libraries are needed via this refinements.txt. But we'll start from scratch, so I'm going to just delete all of this stuff. And the first thing we'll want to do is create a QMD file. So I'll call this dashboard.qmd. And when you're building a dashboard in Quarto, we always want to start with specifying our parameters. And specifically, we'll specify the format dashboard. And if some of this is not seeming familiar, again, there's a Quarto crash course linked in the description. Recommend checking that out. But you don't need to watch that to see this video. And we can go ahead and just render a basic dashboard. So maybe I give this a title too. Rental dashboard. And I can just add some random headers here. How about that? So we'll see we have a very basic dashboard. Given this gives us the title over here in the top left, I can just name this something like Overview. And I can start filling in contents of our dashboard here that makes sense. So the first thing is probably worth knowing about with Quarto dashboards is the concept of adding rows and adding cells within the row. So we can add 2 rows here. And basically, we can add different Python blocks. So I'm going to add Python code like this. This is kind of standard Quarto stuff. And maybe I'll just print hello world here. And I'll copy this and paste it a few times, just so you can kind of see how things are laid out. And maybe I paste it twice in this second one. So we have our overview page, and we have 2 rows. So this is a first row with 4 hello worlds and a second row with 2 hello worlds. And if I run this, we get a layout like this. We can do some other stuff to this. So imagine I wanted the height of this to be only like 10%. I wanted it to be much tighter, and then I wanted the rest of this stuff to fill in much more space. I can start specifying different details of my rows like this. So now our hello worlds up the top are much smaller. And there's other ways we can modify this even further. Other things worthwhile knowing about right at the start here is you can add like titles to your cards by doing the #pipe syntax and doing something like title. If you do that, you'll see different parameters that you have access to. So maybe if you wanted output to be false and not to show up that code, you could do things like that. There's different options we have here, but if I just add title rental overview, we'll see that it gives it a little label like that. Might not be the clearest for that cell specifically, but I could go down here, and let's say add it to this one, and rerun this, and we see the card pops up like this. So we can start titling the different charts that we have in our dashboard using this. Obviously, though, a bunch of hello worlds isn't the most useful thing. So I recommend knowing what you have access to. So we have access to like showing all sorts of different plots in Python. So I could use Plotly here. I could use Matplotlib. I could use Altair, etc. Bunch of different graphing libraries all could be embedded here. I also have access to some Quarto-specific dashboard elements. So one that I specifically like are these cards called value boxes. So I'm going to remove this height real quick. And maybe I might just call this like high-level stats. This won't show up in my dashboard anywhere, but it's probably good to give a descriptive name so you know what type of code elements you want to include in that row. And I guess another thing worth mentioning is, in addition to running our code like this, we can also add this parameter orientation and make that, I think, rows. Let's see if this works. And it basically just styles things. Oh, wait. Let's try it one more time. Columns. Basically just formats things. Instead of this defining a row, this now defines a column. So everything within it is a row within that column. So it's just reversing things. But I'll remove that for now. It's good to know about though. And then if you wanted to specify a height, or I guess a width of your row, you would just similarly do width equals 30% when you have that orientation equals, or orientation columns specified. So we'll see that these will shrink just like that. So some good basic stuff to know about, but let's get into some more interesting things. So I mentioned these value boxes. So let's add some value boxes and actually load in our data and just start doing some meaningful stuff. If you ever forget about what value boxes are or how to use them, I recommend just looking up value boxes, Quarto. Go to the docs and you'll find all sorts of useful stuff. Somewhere on this page, I'm sure we'll find the value boxes, and sure enough, here we are. I'm going to just copy an example value box. Maybe I'll do one that's a little bit more sophisticated. So I'll do something like this, and I will paste in this cell. And we don't have anything called comments right now, so I'll just give this a random number. Okay, so comments per day, 45. And it's taking this primary color. There's some built-in options here. We could do something like secondary. If we run that, it's going to take a secondary color based on a theme that we can specify in our YAML at the top. So if I did dark theme, or let me think, I think there's a theme called like Cosmo. We'll probably see a different secondary color pop up, and we'll see a different style. So looking into themes is another cool option here. I'll just use the built-in theme. But the secondary color here is dependent on the theme you use. You can also, though, pass in just like random hex colors, or I think some English named colors work. But if I pass in a random hex color, we get a bubble that looks like this. All good stuff to know about. These icons are interesting. These come from the Bootstrap icons. So if we look at Bootstrap icons, I'll link this in the description. Anything we see here and anything we search up, so imagine I'm doing a dashboard on Airbnb listens, so maybe I want a house. If we copy the name house, then we'll see that icon pop up. It's all built in nicely to Quarto. So I'm going to paste in house, and we'll see this icon change. Cool. And maybe I wanted to change the title. Title will be like number of listings that we have in our Airbnb, of Airbnbs that we have. Okay, that looks good. Maybe we did want this height to just fill like, I don't know, 25% of our space. And I'm going to paste in a couple more value boxes. So we'll do one more. So now we have 3 value boxes. And how about we have one value box, that's the number of listings. One value box is number of reviews. And then ones are maybe our average review rating. Makes sense to have different values for each of these. So number of reviews, what might be a good icon, maybe some sort of like piece of paper or something. I don't know what would happen if I look up count. Maybe, yeah, person, I kind of like that, number of reviews. Use the person one. Icon is just called person, lowercase, person. And then maybe this last one is going to be average review rating. So maybe it's like a star. I feel like that makes sense. Is there a star, or star fill? I might use star fill. Star fill. And now if we rerun this, we get something that looks like this. And maybe I don't actually like star fill because I thought it would just be white, but it is filling in based on the theme, I think. So I'm going to just leave it open. Cool. And I might just leave these colors as the secondary colors of the theme that we're using. All right, now let's actually fill in the real values here for these parts of our dashboard. So let's load in some code. I often do this either, maybe even above where I start my pages to kind of know this is like the setup code. So I'm going to go ahead and do Python here at the top. And if we look at where our files are, we have files called listings.csv and reviews.csv. Let's go ahead and look at these. So listings.csv. One cool thing within VS Code is you have the ability to preview CSVs. And this might be very small and hard for people to see. Try to zoom in a bit. But it has all sorts of information on different Airbnb listings. Again, this is pretty much real data. It's coming from this Inside Airbnb site. This is for the Boston area. So we have some Boston Airbnbs here. All sorts of information about them. And we'll say that this is like the all-time ratings and whatnot. So you see there's like a ratings column in here. Somewhere in here, there's different ratings. I think we're getting there. Like review score, different types of ratings out of 5. Kind of all-time, we'll say they are. And we also have this reviews.csv table. If I zoom in on this, we have specific comments that people have left. Open up this column a bunch. We actually have textual information about people's stays along with a rating that they gave the place. So in like a real-world context, you might have these two different kind of data sources, and you might kind of aggregate them and tie them together for your dashboard. Right now we're dealing with static data. We're not like actually pulling from an API, but we can kind of write our code in such a way where we could easily replace it with API calls if we needed to. So what I might do here is I might create like a helper file. I might call this like data helpers.py. And I might create some functions here. So I might import pandas as PD. I might do like a def load listings. And that would just return pd.csv data/listings. We don't actually have a data folder. Maybe I should have put it that way. Listings.csv. And I might have a function called load reviews that just loads the reviews this way. The reason that I'm creating these functions is imagine that you did want to have some sort of sophisticated logic here. You wanted to be able to specify like, a start date or something for the reviews, an end date, or maybe you wanted some API logic in here. You could put that all in the dashboard QMD file, but it sometimes makes sense to keep things clean by isolating it and putting it in its own functions in its own file. So I'm just kind of showing that we can do it. But we're going to keep ours very simple. It's just literally loading our CSV files, but I'll make some sort of comment like showing functions that you could augment to load data in, Oh, it had a good autocomplete there. Something like that. And then we go to our dashboard to QMD. We can import we probably do the same import. I don't know if we're doing this double. Import from data helpers, import load listings and load reviews. We can set our reviews and our listings like this. And that should be good there for getting our data. And then if we wanted to actually populate our data, I guess one thing we could do is you can run cells here and actually see if things are loading properly. If I look up listings in this interactive table, we see that we do get stuff. I could run commands like listings.columns and just get the columns in that. I could do the same thing with like reviews. And I try to make my text very big on the screen so that you can all see, but sometimes as a result, you don't see much meaningful stuff. But we can access both of that interactively by running cells here in our VS Code window. But we can go ahead and actually populate these with real values. If I do length listings, we'll get the number of listings in our data. If I do length reviews, we'll get the number of reviews. And maybe this like load reviews was over a 6-month window. It's just always whenever we run this Quarto report, it's getting the last 6 months. You could augment the function to do that. And then average review rating, this would be a little bit more complex. We actually need to kind of know what columns and stuff we have in our reviews. So let's just do that real quick. Reviews dot columns. We have date, month, year. Let's look at the head real quick. Month is a number that could very easily help us. I guess we really just need to take an average over the overall for all the reviews. We're not doing anything fancy right now. So for this last value, we could pass in some code here. We already have it as a Python cell, so let's think how we would do this. Maybe make it an F string, reviews, overall was the column, and I think we can just take the mean. And I do like this syntax with F strings, show two decimal places as a float, close this off, and let's rerun our dashboard. Cool. And now we actually have some real data here in our dashboard on, some info on our listings and reviews. Now let's maybe add some useful graphs to our data. So what we might want to know about is how have our listings been trending over time. So maybe we add a row. Our next row is like plots. And let's think what we might want to do here. We might want to aggregate by month. So we have our reviews, and we had that month column we just saw. So if we wanted to plot the data, the average review by like month or something like that, let's think how we could do that. We could probably do a Matplotlib plot pretty easily. We could do, maybe we import, I kind of like loading in all my libraries at the top. You could either do that at the top or do it in the cell that you need the code. I think we just need these libraries for now. If we plot, we'll start out by doing a plot that is ratings by month. That's going to be equal to reviews.group by date. I'm going to group by month specifically. I guess the other way that they're doing it would work. And then I want to take the mean, but I only want the overall column. And then I want to probably reset my index. Let's print ratings by month .head. Reviews is not defined. OK, got to run this cell first. This looks pretty good. Is that all of the months that we have? Is there any more months? Oh, it's just the head, so I guess if I printed the whole thing, we should see that 6th month. Cool. See this. That looks good. So now we just need to plot this. And we could plot it by doing the following. I could do plt.plot ratings by month, ratings by month overall. This should do it. Rerun it. Look at that. And you're going to want to customize it and style it a bit more. So maybe you add a title like average rating past 6 months. So we have a little title now for our graph. What did I do wrong? I think it's always a good idea to add a thicker line. I think just when you're dealing with this, everything should probably be a bit bigger. And maybe we would want, instead of using numbers here, we would want to actually plot the month names. I use GitHub Copilot in my VS Code, and I often will do something like make my Matplotlib plot line thicker, make the axis labels larger. That's a good start. Let's see if it generates me good code. I like this overall. Let's try this. I want my maybe even a little thicker. Try 4 here. Yeah, it's a little bit easier to read. I want the actual tick marks bigger. So make plot tick marks bigger. Oh, look at that. Let's see how this does. Okay, it's showing all sorts of weird stuff now. If you do a colon after your plot.show, it won't show these intermediate steps. Little quirk to know about. Did that do anything here? Let me make this like much bigger. Okay, that's definitely making things bigger. So you can kind of play around with this as you see fit. That's a decent average rating chart. And really as someone that's running Airbnbs, what I would want to know is like, okay, in the past 6 months, are we trending upwards? Are we trending downwards? That's going to start helping me understand overall trends. So maybe we're implementing a bunch of solutions to help improve our work. Based on this trend line, I kind of have a sense of, okay, are the changes we're making actually working or not? Cool. And then maybe we wanted to replace the month with the actual month name. I think we can use the calendar library to do that. I'm curious if I could also replace numerical months 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with their correct month abbreviation. Jan, Feb, March, April, June, shoot, I forgot about May, June. Let's see if this code works. Yeah, I mean, this is going to work. It's just doing a quick replace. Yeah, that did fix things. Wow, Copilot is pretty crazy. So I guess just if you're curious, if you go in your VS Code, you can go to extensions, look up Copilot. That's what I'm using. I think it's a paid product. You can also check out something called Codium as like a free way to do this in your VS Code editor. Just helpful thing to know about. All right, so that's a ratings by month plot. Maybe we also wanted to add a plot that's just a histogram of the counts of each different type of rating. So rating counts, I'll call this. That's going to be equal to reviews overall.value counts.sort index. That looks right. We can print that out real quick just to check. Run this. And this looks good. This looks right. If we have a 4.64 overall, you'd expect most of them to be 5 stars and much less to be 1 and 2 and 3 stars. So if we plot dot, you could either do a bar chart or you could probably do a histogram via Matplotlib. Cool. And I think one thing that I would recommend is passing in a color that's similar to our secondary color. So like what I might do, open up a web browser real quick. So if you touch this button, you open up a web browser. If we look at what the dashboard looks like in the web, I use this little inspector tool. I could inspect this color, have it, and then I could make my line colors. So I think somewhere in the plot, I think I can pass in a color. And now if we look at our line, we see that's that same gray color. Similarly, I could pass in the color here. Get this to have that same color. I just like having uniformity in the colors that is in a dashboard that I'm working on. You could also, like as a better practice, you might want to define your color at the top. if there's a color you know you're going to be using, and then just pass in that color in the different spots that takes in a color. Cool. All right, let's maybe also add another row, and we'll make an actual map of our listings. The best way to do this, I find, is using this Folium library. So I'm going to import Folium here up at the top. And I usually forget how to do a Folium plot without looking it up. So I might just look up Folium map Python. Or like, let's say we have lat and longitudes because we do for our listing. So Folium, lat and longitude, Python example. And I mean, there's a bunch of different examples that I'm sure you can find. This looks like one too. I'll just copy this little code snippet. Paste it in here. And our map center. So let's look at our listings again. We have columns called latitude and longitude here. So we want to grab those. So we have our listings. They're going to be, we want to grab the latitude and longitude. The map center then is going to be listings.latitude.mean. Same thing for our longitude. So we could either grab the column this way, or you could use the bracket syntax. I think that's the column. Is it a uppercase? Yep, uppercase, uppercase. Okay. This is Boston. And then we want to iterate basically over our listings and add markers like this. So what I could do is for index row in listings.iter_rows, look at that, it auto-completes it pretty well. And let's see what our output looks like if we run this. It's saying it doesn't know about a latitude. That's weird. I don't know if it's like auto-capitalizing it. Oh, it auto-capitalizes it in the preview for whatever reason. Interesting. Okay, let's see what this does. Okay, we're not seeing anything. If I expand that, we see this weirdness here. And I know there's a solution to that. But what we want to do to see our actual map is just put my map at the bottom here with Folium. It should display. Okay, look at that. We got our map hidden here at the bottom. We see all this weirdness. You can fix the weirdness. Sometimes it shows intermediate outputs in your cells within your cards in a Quarto dashboard. If you assign these intermediate steps to a variable, we'll kind of fix that issue. I also can add a height here, which is, I think, a pixel value. Because right now, if we scroll down, we see that this is like this random height. If I specify a height more explicitly, it will help kind of center things. So we actually see what we expect to on our screen. If I pop this open, pull this in, we have our information. Again, I maybe make these things a little bit bigger, these the labels and whatnot, but shows our different properties. One cool thing that we can do is we can add custom markers here on our graph, and we can even actually add information about each listing when we hover over these markers. So I might paste something in, and this will make sense in a second. I can add some custom HTML to each marker that we add. So I might paste in something like this. We add this basically custom tooltip that has our name, the rating of the property, and the price per night. And then I can add a tooltip to our marker, specify it as tooltip. And then I can also specify a icon, I believe. Yeah, icon, Folium icon, color equals blue, icon equals home. Let's see what this looks like. I think because we have a tooltip, we don't need this pop-up. Did I screw something else up, though? Oh, this indentation's off. I think it should work now. Cool. Instead of having color blue, there's only limited colors here in the Folium icon. I'm going to do color gray. And that looks pretty similar to our other colors. I think there's even a light gray. So you could pick one of those colors, whatever you think is better, but it kind of blends in with the rest of our details. And you can see information about each of these listings. You could zoom in, look a little bit more about them. All right, cool. Let's add some different pages to our dashboard that has, maybe some interactive tables. So I'll add another page. I'll call this like listing details. And then I'll do another page called recent reviews. I'm going to just kind of do some placeholders here. OK, let's look at that. Listing details, recent reviews. And we want to add some tables here. One library that I like a lot for showcasing tables inside of Quarto is this itables library. So I'm going to do import itables. And then what we can do down here is we can just do something like Python itables.show. And we can do just like our listings to start. See what this looks like. We see we got a table here. It's got a lot of stuff in it, so we probably only want to have certain columns instead of having everything. But it is cool. We could search then by just ones in the south end. How about just Beacon Hill? So there's different ways you can search these interactive tables, but maybe we wanted to just specify specific columns related to ratings. So rating columns. Yeah, these are the basic columns that we want. And now if I do listings, how about rating? Let's see what this gives us. So now we have a table that looks like this, which is pretty good. Obviously, it's not super helpful, though, because we have these rating columns, but we also would want the name of the property or something. So I might do call this display columns. And I might add my name here of the property, maybe the neighborhood or something. Maybe I also add the price as one of my display columns. Rerun this. and we see we get something that looks like this. If I then open this up in its full window, we get something that looks like this. And one thing that's cool is if I had this, if I was trying to share this with a team member to help them understand our rentals, I would probably give them, this table and tell them, hey, maybe look at like the reviews that have the least amount of accuracy, or the least cleanliness, and we can kind of start targeting which homes to fix up based off of this, etc. So that's one table. I found sometimes you can customize this and tweak this in a way that makes more sense. Like, for example, if you wanted to make sure it wrapped and fit into the space of your screen, you can add some custom CSS to allow for this. Let me see how you might do that. You might do something like in our import itables, we would maybe also want to do import itables.options as something like this. Let me double check. Yeah, as opt. And then you can do something like opt.classes and specify some classes that should affect things. I could define a class called wrapText, and then I could basically define that class. So I could create a new file called like style.css, the class name wrapText, and I could even, if you wanted to see like this work, make this, give it a certain color or something too. And then in my dashboard QMD file, I'm going to do style, or I think CSS, and we'll do style.css. We run this, and we see we get it wrapped basically in a different way. I mean, basically we can just it just formats it a bit differently. I'm not going to go into huge details here, but just kind of know that you could add this style.css, and you can style different elements on the screen as needed. Okay, that's pretty good. If we wanted recent reviews table, we could do something similar. We would probably have to join our reviews with the listing. So reviews joined might equal this, basically, and then we would want to display probably the name of the listing, the date, and the comments of our reviews. And we could do then instead this, reviews joined, display columns, and let's see what this table looks like. Cool. I also might actually recommend adding an overall score. And the reason for that is if you're doing an Airbnb listings review, it's sometimes really helpful to sort by lowest rated comments, and you can kind of use these reviews to help you identify specific things that you want to improve in your dashboard. So I like adding the overall there. Again, let's look at what this looks like in our web tab. Cool. You could search, if I wanted to just only see things for Comfy Beacon Hill, Studio, number 13, you can do it this way. We see things dynamically update. So, if I only wanted the stylish downtown studio, I can start typing it in, filter by that. Cool. This all looks good. Honestly, that's a lot of the basics. I think one thing that's worth showing is that we could also put like a Plotly graph in here instead of using Matplotlib. So to do that, a similar Plotly graph would be something like this. So we have, let's say we wanted to show this based on the neighborhood of the listing. Some code here that does all of this, and this will be in the final code that is shared in the GitHub link. Oh, it's trying to use reviews joined here to do this. I'm going to define this up at the top. So we now see some information about different neighborhoods as part of our dashboard. Cool, cool. One thing that you might be wondering about as you start getting comfortable with building dashboards in Quarto versus, let's say, Shiny is like, when do you use one over the other? I think that if you're sharing something kind of at static intervals, you don't always need the data to be the most up-to-date. It's totally fine to use Quarto. One thing that I'd recommend is to do embed resources equals true. Run this. We look at the files we have access to. One of them is going to be this dashboard.html file. One cool thing about Quarto is that this file, this dashboard.html, you could share it with a team member or something, and they have access to this whole little dashboard just via that HTML file. Whereas if this was a Shiny app, they would need to run a server or something to have this up and running. So it's kind of cool. You could generate a static dashboard basically, and do that on every month basis. And then as long as someone can open up the HTML file in a web browser like this, you can see all this information for the, let's say, last 6 months. So yeah, if it's a static intervals, I think Quarto is good. If you need it to always be living and you want additional interactivity, so imagine you wanted additional interactivity where there was a sidebar and you could toggle on or off different neighborhoods, then it might make sense to go to Shiny. And we've posted tutorials on Shiny, building dashboards in Shiny with Python. I'll put a link for that in the description as well. Check out that series if you want to really understand some more interactive dashboards. One cool thing that you can do, though, is you can actually specify server Shiny and start combining Quarto with Shiny. So you can do stuff like add a sidebar and I'm going to just kind of preview this. I'm not going to go into the details here. Maybe in a future video we'll go into the details, but I could do from Shiny import reactive and UI, and then I could do UI.input checkbox group. I could specify neighborhood. This is a cool autocomplete. And then I'll make this a list. Specify a checkbox group like this. And then basically have toggle controls, and these toggle controls actually updates the data in here. So a real quick, I guess, preview of that is that maybe I also wanted all of these active to be, let's see, selected. I also want this list. I want all of them to be selected to start. You could imagine we have a reactive calc def df, or filtered reviews. that is like this. So this basically takes our reviews joined, but filters out the neighborhoods that are selected, or only filters in the neighborhoods that are selected. And then you could imagine down here where we render the table, instead of having this code, I might do something like @render table, return filter reviews, and I'll show you what this looks like. You go to that, I think, recent reviews table. It's not showing up for whatever reason. I'm going to real quick just try to make this, put this in the same cell as my table down below. Oh, oops. This should be is in input.neighborhood, like this. Paste it in one thing real quick. Okay, it was getting mad because I had this embed resources. But as we can see here, if I pop this open and we look at our dashboard now, if I untoggle these, we ultimately get no data. So there's cool interactivity you can add by combining Shiny with Quarto, but I'm not going to go into huge details there right now. I'm going to remove that Shiny code quick. I'm going to put this back to basically what we had before. And then a final step I would recommend is if you wanted to host this somewhere, like, so I shared that you can, do the embed resources and then just share the dashboard.html file with someone. But if you wanted an actual web URL that you could go to, you could add this code. To a GitHub repo, commit it, added a Quarto dashboard, and then push it. And if you use a platform like Posit Connect Cloud, and if the repo that you're working off of is public, so I'm going to go to Posit Connect Cloud, I could publish a new Quarto project, Quarto projects, master, and then dashboard.qmd. I can go ahead and publish this. It looks like it's mad at me because I didn't commit that file called data helpers. Quarto, find the repo as long as it's public and you specify the dashboard QMD file, you can publish it. And we get our dashboard. I can make this full screen. I can look at the different tables. can look at recent reviews. And I can even go ahead and I can share the URL with a teammate this way as well. All right, that's all we're going to cover about Python dashboards in this video. Hopefully you found it useful. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to throw it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I guess actually, as I'm concluding, one thing that I should mention is that I ran into some issues with certain versions of this itables library. So specifically for this tutorial, I was using a itables 2.0 as my version. So if you're running into any itables issues, maybe check that out. All right, that's all we're going to cover in this video. If you enjoyed this video, throw it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. More Quarto and Python videos coming soon. Until next time, everyone, peace out. Hey, what's up, everyone, and welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to see how we can take a combination of Markdown and Python that looks like this and turn it into an interactive slideshow presentation that looks like this with all sorts of cool features, code embedding, plots being visible in the slide presentation, just a lot of cool stuff that we can see. So we're going to start with the basics and then work our way up to all sorts of more advanced features and functionality of Quarto slideshows using Python. Should be a lot of fun. Let's get into it. All right, so the first step that we're going to want to do is there's a GitHub repo, and I'll link this in the description. And as part of that GitHub repo, there's this slideshow folder that has the files that you'll see in this presentation, and also some extra assets and logos and all of that. I'll get into the details of this in a second. But I think before I even dive into the code, I think one thing that I do whenever I'm trying to build presentations in Quarto using Python is I always just look up like Quarto RevealJS docs. And I find that this page, docs/presentation/RevealJS, is so useful. There's this interactive slide presentation that's there that shows a lot of this functionality that we will see in this video. And to make this more Python focused, I kind of adapted some of the details that you see here, which I'll also link in the description, to a more Python-based visualizations. But it's basically the same as we'll see here. But we'll kind of start with some basics first. Also, if you've never used Quarto before, if this term sounds new to you, I recommend checking out the recent Quarto crash course that we posted, which will be linked also. Everything's linked in the description today. Link that in the description. You don't need to watch that to check out this video, but some of the basics might be helpful to see in that video first before you kind of dive into some more advanced slideshow type features. Enough talking though, let's get into the code. So whenever you're starting a presentation in Quarto, I recommend creating a QMD file. So we're going to create I'm just going to call this like slideshow.qmd file. This is totally blank to start, and we will add some, I guess, initial YAML parameters. So I'm going to open and close these three dashes to specify my YAML parameters. And then if I want to make this a slideshow, I have two main options. So I'm going to go format, and I'm going to do RevealJS as the first option. And I can add big sections like this. So section 1, and then I could do like slide with 2 pound signs, a level 2 header. I can do slide 1, slide 2, slide 3. And then I could, insert some random text, insert some more text. This is all out of order, but in some random text. A lot of fun stuff here. And if I render this with Quarto, so if you install the Quarto VS Code extension and also install the Quarto CLI, that's all in the crash course linked in the description. But if I preview this, we see we get a little slide presentation here. I'm also going to give this a title slide. So title, my cool Quarto slideshow. How about that? I'll give it an author, which is going to be my name, Keith Galli. And we will go with that for now. There's other parameters you can add here. But we see my cool slideshow. We see our first section. We see our section headings with our text. If I keep scrolling over, we see the slides switch. That's all good. Not super fancy right now. This is just Markdown. But where it starts getting cool is, like, let's say on slide 3, I wanted to insert some Python code. I could do something like bracket Python. I accidentally added an extra bracket. And I could do something like import matplotlib.pyplot as plt, plt.plot, 1, 2, 3, 4. Very fun stuff. I could run this. And we see on that slide 3, we get our plot. If I also wanted to see the corresponding code alongside that, I could do echo is true. And that's going to display not only my plot, but also the code. I could also do other things like output location. And maybe I want it to be on a different slide. So this is going to now put that graph on the next slide over. So we go to slide 3 again. We're going to just see the code, but then on slide 4, we see the graph. I guess it's still part of slide 3, but it's just separate from the code. I could also add it as this column format. And now we look, and we have our code over here, and we get the graph output on the right. And I could also open this up and see this. So that's some of the very, very basics. Another cool thing that you can do, you don't have as much styling functionality and like abilities, but you could also, if you needed to, change this to PPTX, make it a PowerPoint presentation. I re-render this. What we're going to see over here is we've been working with an HTML file, but now we have this PowerPoint file. If I go ahead and open this up on my side, we see that we do get a presentation in PowerPoint format, which could be very helpful if you are working at a company that needs to use PowerPoint and you want to set up a template for your slide presentations. You don't have as much flexibility with the PowerPoint format. You can look up PPTX Quarto and learn more, but I'm going to focus on this RevealJS format because I think that's where you get the most interactivity, the most benefit of really using Quarto. So I think to best demonstrate all of these different features and what functionality you have available to you, in this GitHub repo that is linked to the description, I think we need to get like a linked in the description counter on the screen or something, because I've said that probably 7 times already. But in that file, we basically adapted that demo presentation that I just kind of shared, and we made it a little bit more Python specific. I'm going to remove some parameters first and then kind of walk into some more sophisticated details. So I'm going to render this, make this full screen. I'll hide the files, pull this down a bit. But we get this slide presentation. And I think probably to show a lot of the functionality, I'll show my code over here on the left side. And hopefully it is big enough that you can see. And I'll share the corresponding slide on the right side. So the title and all of that is specified up here with these YAML parameters. We specify that it's a RevealJS format here in the format spot. Then we specify some other things like slide number. We see that down at the bottom right. We see we get a footer, which can use the Markdown syntax. So I could do this as like Quarto docs or something. And what you'll see is that the footer changes to Quarto docs down here instead of the actual URL. So you have flexibility with how you specify this. So if you wanted to always have like reference material, you can use the footer. This is what's going to be on every single page unless it's specified otherwise. And you'll see what I mean in a bit. Embed resources just puts everything in a single HTML file versus having extra files. Little nuance there. But let's get into some of the actual code here. All right, so starting with like the hello there slide, nothing crazy here. I'm going to just keep walking through until we get some more interesting things. So here we can see that on these corresponding slides, we just basically animate a little bit of a difference between two Python cells, this and this. And so when I run these two, between these two, it animates the code between them, but we don't see any output. Part of the reason we don't see any output is because we are just using this Python class versus actually making this Python code. And so when we're just showing off our actual code and we don't want anything output, sometimes it's best to use this .python syntax. But if we're actually running the code, use the Python syntax like that. And you can actually see that it adapts in my editor when you're using VS Code to show that I can now run that cell. As we go on a little bit further, other cool things you might want to do code specifically is line highlighting. So as we can see in this example, we start by highlighting lines 4 to 5, and then we highlight line 7, and then we highlight line 10. And when I step through this presentation, we see that that happens. I could also then put at the end, you can add as many of these highlights as you want. So maybe I wanted to show 1 through 10. I could do something like this. And then at the very last moment of this, I step through, and then the last one, all 10 lines are highlighted. We also see that we can specify separate footers than the one we specified at the top using this footer syntax. Getting into some data visualization, we can see some basic Matplotlib code here. Just as I showed in the simple example, we have output location slide here. So when we actually get an output for this plot, it's going to show up on the next screen. I can pop this open bigger so you can see. We can also have interactive plots. And for whatever reason, this one's not loading right now. Refresh this, maybe it will. Let me just double check what's going on here. I'm going to rerun this real quick on the Plotly slide. Okay, we see our Plotly chart. I think that's the sizing is causing it a little bit of issue. So we see a little Plotly graph. And you can interact with this. I can zoom in on certain areas. I can see information on the Plotly chart. And this one's below, so it overruns a bit. So you could, if you wanted to, as we did with the Matplotlib example, I could do output location as slide and then just have this fully on the next slide. And so now we see on the next slide this graph just fully by itself. That's Plotly, so Matplotlib, Plotly. We could do other things. So like one cool thing is maybe we wanted a Matplotlib visualization and we wanted to show the code, but then we wanted to pop up the chart right next to it, but maybe we didn't want them to appear at the same time. One thing we can do is this column fragment way of doing things. And also worth mentioning is I've surrounded a lot of these code blocks with this smaller class. If I remove this, you're going to see that the content within our slide gets bigger. So when we rerun this, the code, it might actually overrun and not fit in the screen perfectly. Go to the next slide. So you see it fills up a bit more space. And I often like, if I have a lot of code, passing in this smaller tag just to make things fit a bit better. But we did see that with this slide, this column fragment one, it starts without the chart, and then you click in and we see the animation, and we see our code because we're specifying this echo is true. I could also specify just column instead of column fragment, and then when we run this, they will already, the sine waves and the cosine wave will already be on the screen, as you can see there. So there's a bunch of different options for this output location. You also could just turn off the output. You can make this false and then just see the code and nothing else, I believe. Yeah, so now that output is, even though we have output location column, that output's just not going to appear. Again, we can do seaborne visualization. So you can do all the different visualizations you expect. We can also do things like showcase just data frames. So here's a simple data frame, and I'm just passing df at the bottom of my code cell, and we see that tables example. You can explore different ways to visualize your table. So one cool Posit library is this library called Great Tables, which is pretty new in the Python ecosystem. But using code like you see here, we can generate cool charts like this, cool tables. So maybe you wanted a little bit more fancy of a table within your slide presentation. As you can see the code over here, that can be done with a combination of Great Tables. And we just display our table down here. You can also lay out things in columns. So like maybe you wanted a column describing your data set, and then you wanted to actually specify a table of your data. We can do something like that. If you run into the situation where your table runs off the screen, there's a couple parameters that you have access to. So you have access to, up here, you have something called scrollable. So this will let you scroll if anything overflows. You also have access to height, width, margin. So I could specify, like, maybe I wanted my width to be like 1800 and fill up more of the screen. Maybe I wanted my margin to just be touching the edges of the screen. I can also do like min or max scale or something like that. So it lets things scale up bigger and bigger. And I think by default that's set to 2. So as I dynamically resize this in an open window, I can specify different parameters. So you see no margin now when we open this. I just specified that margin 0. But I also specified more space, so it is filling up a bit more of this space, and you see it runs over on both sides there. So you have a lot of different controls to play around with. I'll leave this, I think I had this at like 1500. I will leave the margin as the default. I'll leave the scale as the default as well. Rerun this. And we're going to see that margin reappear. You can also render LaTeX. So if you had mathematical equations you wanted to show in your presentation, you can do that easily with Quarto. And that can be very helpful because I feel like it can be really annoying if you have a slide presentation and you need to show complex math. What you can see here is this is showing off the LaTeX code that we are sharing. So this is the left side of the screen, the column with 40% that's on the left side. And then when we do equals text, then we're actually rendering that LaTeX, and that's how we see these more traditional mathematical equations appear on the screen. We can also do fancy things like, let's see. Did I do LaTeX equations twice in this presentation? I don't think so. Oh, okay, sorry. I was getting ahead of myself. We can do all sorts of cool presentation features like incremental lists I find super helpful. So by surrounding a dashed list with these : incremental and closing that fence div off with the same colons, we can get a list like this, which I find very helpful. I like when I'm doing presentations to, say one thing at a time and really emphasize that point that I'm talking about. I think that as far as staying focused, you don't want to throw too much on the screen at once. So leveraging these incremental lists and these fragments, which is another feature that you're seeing right now, can be very, very helpful. So you see the fragments here. When you specify a fragment with your fence div, you have different options like fading in, fading up, fading left, fade in, then semi out, all these different things. This is all being adapted from that demo that I shared in the description. Link in the description counter. We're at like 9 or 10 at this point. Love it. All right, slide backgrounds. Let's get into some more interesting things here. This is all interesting. What am I talking about? You can specify different colors here with background and specifying a hex color. So I could do something like, what's an interesting color? I wish I knew hex colors off the top of my head. I feel like it's hard for me to mentally grasp that, but I will pull in a hex color. I'll just write some random numbers. We'll see what happens. Let's see what color this is. It's like a fun blue color. Makes sense because these first two numbers are my R, these second two numbers are my G, and these last two numbers, or letters in this case, are my B. And these are the highest values over here from a hexadecimal perspective. So it's the most blue. So that's why we get this slide background as the blue color, but you could specify any hex color there. We also can do cool stuff with like actually having images as our background. So in the folder, we have a bunch of images. So you see we're using the Milky Way image as our background right now, using this background image parameter within our slide. We're specifying that. But we could also do a background video or a background iframe as well. Good to know that you can, position elements in different spots. Another useful thing here is that you see that these pop up in absolute position spots. This can be super useful if you need to display, you want to pop up a certain image at a certain time as you're talking about something. So we're using the absolute values like left, width, height, top, etc. to specify where these show up. But another important aspect of this is that we're specifying that these are fragments, and we can also specify the order that they appear by the fragment index. So if we look at this cat image, we see it has a fragment index equals 3. I think if you specify a fragment index, it's always going to come before ones that don't have any fragment index specified. So what we're going to see is this group of 4 kitties appear before this cute kitty that looks like it's maybe on a sink or something. So let's see that. 4 kitties appear, then kitty on the sink appears, and then other kitty appears. I could very easily make this fragment index like 20. I mean, this could be any number. It just is measuring the relative order. So I could make this 3. I could add a fragment index here, which equals 1. And now what we're going to see is this little kitty appear first, then this kitty, and then the 4 kitties. So rerun this. That kitty appears first, then that kitty, and then finally the 4 kitties. So that is done with these absolute positioning and using fragment and fragment index. And these images are also in that repo. They're in images and then cats. So you can do all sorts of cool things. I find it very, very powerful to have things appear at certain times. I want to just keep walking through. I'm not going to go into tons and tons of details, I think, with this other stuff. You can check it all out in the code, whether that be in the official docs or the more Python-focused QMD examples that I'm sharing as part of this presentation. I'll kind of just step through some additional things that we can do though. So we saw all of this. We saw fragments. We saw these images popping up in random spots. You can do some animations. You can do slide transitions like this and have tab sets. So you can have both your plot and then your data separately. You can have interactive slides, which you saw with Plotly, but you could also add like a Folium map or something here, which is pretty cool. Where are we right now in this map? I think we're in Eugene, Oregon. Folium library is fun for that reason. We could do other types of slide intros. So we see I think I can't, let me read what I wrote. Concave there. So that's a concave transition. You can do the zoom transition. You can just fade a transition in. You could do this convex transition, all sorts of slide transitions that you can have fun with. So you have a lot that you can work with within this RevealJS format. You can also click Alt and zoom in on certain parts of the screen, which can be helpful if you want to emphasize something. Bunch of cool stuff here. I think one thing that I will mention is if you press, I think, B, I don't know what B does. I'll show you. You can do R to do the scroll view. There's a bunch of key syntax that we can do that is useful. Okay, here's some useful things. This chalkboard is super useful, and I don't have my chalkboard on right now, but if I added down here, so I'm going to take out this embed resources real quick, because if I try to add this chalkboard, just call this true, it's going to yell at me for trying to embed resources and do the chalkboard. See that? So that's what it's telling me. It's telling me you got to not do it that way. And so now we added this chalkboard. And what's cool about this chalkboard is if I press C, basically it activates the ability for me to draw on my slides. So if you're giving a lecture, this can be a very, very useful tool. You can also actually enter this chalkboard. And so if you had like a writing tablet, this might be a bit easier to see, but you can write on the screen, which if you're trying to annotate, trying to emphasize something, very, very valuable. So that gets you to the screen. If you click this little button or just press, I think, C, you can draw different things on your screen. It will not stay there and maybe there's a control that you can, oh, I guess it is staying. If you disable it, I think it disappears. Maybe I'm wrong. I think there's some controls you have if you wanted to get rid of what you've written on your chalkboard. All right, I'm going to disable the chalkboard for now. Other useful things, if you press E, you're going to go into this, and this is probably more useful if you see it in a full screen view. If I press E, you're going to go into this like view that looks like this. That's just a little bit more appropriate for PDFs. And then if I right click, so I pressed the key E, if I do print, I could save this as a PDF and kind of send it just like I would maybe a PowerPoint presentation, which can be very, very useful if you're trying to share this with teammates. So you could output a PDF, or you could send that HTML file if you have this embed resources equals true. I'm going to press E again to go back to that normal view. Are there other things that we should talk about here? These preview links are cool option. I could like click this and it will pop open another tab, like Python documentation within my presentation. I can exit out of that. I can hit G and type a certain slide number that I want to go to. I can do M to toggle a menu over here. You can see different tools I have available in this menu. This menu is also accessible down in the bottom left. I don't know if you saw, but down at the bottom here, there's a color that is telling our progress. So there's a progress bar that you can activate, or it's active by default. Other stuff that's available too. I think one thing that I do want to showcase is that in the most recent Quarto update, there's the ability to use a brand file. So I will link a link counters at maybe 12 or 13, maybe more, but I will link in the description a good blog article about this new feature which is a brand.yaml file that you can specify. I will try to pop that up on the screen real quick. Brand YAML Quarto. Here we go. Basically, you can add a file that looks like this and have your own custom themes that work across not only the RevealJS format, but also dashboards and HTML reports using Quarto. So I recommend reading through this as well as the blog post that I will link. So this is just in the documentation. And you can see some different options that you have available to you. I made a little, I had fun and made a little brand file for myself with a AI generated logo and all of that fun stuff. I also have that in the GitHub repo. So if I open my files up, I see I have brand.yaml, which specifies some different types of colors. It specifies a logo, specifies some meta information about my brand file. You can play around with typography too. I temporarily removed the typography stuff, but you can see with these brand YAML files that you have access to playing around with different types of fonts and whatnot. There's also a very useful LLM prompt somewhere in here that I saw. I'll see if I can find it. But basically you can, what I did to generate my brand file was I looked at the examples that they provided. And I guess here, I'm going this brand YAML. I looked at the, oh, here we go. Yeah, so I'll share some of this information on the brand YAML, but somewhere in these docs, I found an example that gave an LLM prompt that you could use to basically generate your own brand YAML file if you know some of the parameters. And I basically did that using Claude and just pasting in some examples of brand files that I found, as well as pasting in some colors that I wanted and whatnot, and ultimately got out, a brand YAML file that looks like this. I'll probably add back in some of the font stuff that I removed in the code. But now if I specify in my slideshow, brand is brand.yaml, and we rerun this, we're going to see all sorts of cool colors that are unique to my brand, which is super creatively just using a K and G right now. So we see this little logo down here at the bottom. It's in the logos folder. I'll try to open this up. As you can see, that's my little KG logo. But now if we look at our presentation, we get this nice looking, I'll pop this open full screen so you can truly appreciate it. Get this nice looking blue color. It can be overwritten, so on this slide, it's directly the background color is overwriting it, but it just looks quite nice with this blue and green and having that actual logo down there. It just much more, fits maybe a personality or a profile that you always use in any of your brand materials. And it's nice too if you're working with a team using this brand YAML file. Everyone can have consistent presentations across your team. So a lot of stuff to play around with that brand YAML. One thing I also should mention is that I specified the brand YAML with it like this, but if you named this as instead just underscore brand YAML, it will automatically leverage that in your QMD files. So if we go like to slideshow.qmd, that very simple example we showed, we see that that also is now getting the branded guide. And I guess I didn't even specify that this was RevealJS here for format. So you see it has that theme too. And I didn't specify brand anywhere here. It just knew that it could use this brand.yaml because it's specified with this underscore brand YAML in a way that's just automatically understood. One final thing I might mention here is that if you are a Python coder, you often might work with Jupyter notebooks or something. So I could do Jupyter notebook example. That's too long of a name. Example.ipython notebook. I could add some code here. Python code. I'm going to just close this out so I have more screen space. And maybe I make my first cell a markdown cell. Import libraries. Import pandas as PD, import numpy as NP. A lot of fun stuff. Run that. Then maybe I plot a simple graph. One thing that I can do here and plot a more sophisticated graph. So I'm just making a standard Jupyter notebook right now. Plot a more sophisticated Matplotlib plot in Python. Gotta love Copilot sometimes. Run this. Generate, run. Oh, why is it making it R? I don't want R code right now. Python code. Okay, so a more sophisticated plot. One thing that's cool is I similarly could add to my Jupyter notebook, I could add these 3 dashes, top and bottom. I could specify the format is RevealJS, and I could then in my terminal run Quarto render example.ipython notebook. We get this example.html file. If I open that up, we see we actually get a presentation via a presentation using our Jupyter notebook. And I might just actually try this one more time. I want to make this a separate cell. I think it was getting mad at me for putting both my options and my import libraries in the same cell. And one thing you sometimes have to do too is run a Quarto render example.ipython notebook, but then you want to also specify this -- execute parameter to make sure that the Jupyter notebook actually runs. So now if I look at this example.html, okay, we get it in a way that we're more expecting. Import libraries, plot a simple graph, plot a more sophisticated graph. And we can specify all the same parameters as we did before. And if I specified something like echo is true here, it's going to actually show those libraries. If I do the same thing here, it will actually show this code. Run that again. So we see our code. So you can play around with this. You could make a slideshow. If you are smart with how you write your Jupyter notebooks, you can create a slideshow just from your Jupyter notebook, which can be super, super useful. A lot of cool stuff that you can do with Python and Quarto and the combination of the two. If you have any questions about any of this, let us know in the comments and maybe we can answer them with future videos. But I find it super useful to just be able to easily write my code and then basically without much extra work, just a little bit of markdown sprinkling, basically have a presentation out of that. Tons of cool stuff. I feel like I've learned tons of features through this, but I'm still learning more every day. So it's kind of like, as you kind of go, I think it's easier to learn more and more, but hopefully this showed a lot of the features. Check out the links in the description for the docs, the code, and just different resources that will help you learn more. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to throw it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Another Python and Quarto video will be coming soon. Until then, peace out. Hey, what's up everyone, and welcome back to another video. So for the past couple of months, we've done a few different Python and Quarto based tutorials. We started with a Quarto crash course, which covered kind of everything from the basics to some more advanced features, sprinkling a little bit of everything in between. And then we had a couple different tutorials on more advanced concepts like parameterized reporting, converting Jupyter notebooks into nice polished HTML reports, etc. In this video, we're going to tie everything that we've done in previous YouTube videos together with a nice looking website like the one you see on the screen. So this is actually not only built with Quarto and Python, but we can deploy it to a web domain of our choice. So I picked quartoisfun.com. And so basically with this website, we have all sorts of cool things. We got like a toggle menu here that has all of the different assets that we built in our previous videos. And if I click on any of these pages, like let's say Quarto Crash for example, it has a kind of about page. And then we can kind of get into different details of things that we built in that tutorial. So here's a dashboard. I guess some of the theming made this a little hard to read, but like we can basically show off all of this different type of analysis that we've done. Show off another dashboard. Can show off the slideshow that was included in the last video, all built with Python and Quarto. So we'll start with the basics of how to build just a simple website with Quarto and Python. Then we'll slowly progress, see how we can add sidebars like this, see how we can add menus like this, add links over here, add tools like GitHub links, YouTube links, LinkedIn links, a search bar so I can look up like dashboards and find specific stuff related to dashboards in this series, and more. I think it's a pretty cool way to tie everything together, so I'm excited to share it with all of you. Link to the code is in the description. I've also linked the Quarto crash course video. That's probably a good place to get started, but you can also watch this video without seeing any of that as well. All right, enough of me talking though. Let's get into the video. With anything Quarto related, I think a great place to start is by going to the Posit Quarto website. And here you have a ton of information. If we go to the guide and we go down to websites, we can look at creating a website here and find a lot of useful information. And if you ever forget, like let's say how to add a sidebar, navbar, etc. to your website, going to website navigation is the next spot you want to check out. A lot of useful stuff here. And this is always here as reference, linked in the description. And I think one cool thing to note is that this website was built using the same techniques that we will show. It's a little bit more sophisticated, but if you click on like edit this page and just go to Quarto Web, you can see all the same types of things that will ultimately renders the Quarto website. And so if you ever need inspiration on how to do something, you can check out their quarto.yaml file and see a lot of different details on how it's laid out. We'll start simpler though and kind of work our way up there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up a terminal, and I'm going to just basically open up a blank directory that I can write and build my website. So I'm going to do this with the terminal, but you can do this however you normally make your directories. So I'm going to go into my code directory. I have a folder called 2025, and I have a folder called Quarto. I'm going to go there and make a directory called simple website. I'm going to navigate into that, and I will open up VS Code here. And so now we have our simple website repository. And to get started, I will create just a couple QMD files. I'll call this first one index.qmd. And I'll just insert here, insert some random text here. Another heading. I just accidentally put on caps lock and some more text here. I feel like everyone always asks. I'm using GitHub Copilot to do these autocompletes that you see popping up on the screen. So we have our QMD, index.qmd file. As was seen in the crash course, if you set up the VS Code Quarto extension, you have the ability to render files like this and preview them in your VS Code editor. So we see our markdown code there. Okay, not too interesting yet, but let's add some more index.qmd files, or not index.qmd, but more QMD files. How about I do like Python example.qmd, and in this file, we will actually add some Python code. So here's a Python code example, and we add our 3 quotes, Python, and I will do something like, for I in range 5, print hello world. I'm going to print I as well. Not that exciting of code, but it will give you just a preview of what we can do. Maybe we add one more code file. We will just do this like, call this dashboard.qmd, and I'll actually make this a more proper Quarto file. So title, dashboard, author, Geeth. I was going to just replace my first and last initials, but we don't need to do that. And then type or format, dashboard. I'm going to do the same thing. Don't worry about exactly the details here. I'm just trying to get some simple example code on the screen. All right, this will be really, really exciting. All right, so if we run this dashboard example, okay. Sometimes you need to make sure you have the right Python version kind of running. So I'm going to specifically check my Quarto virtual environment and then run this. So I did Command-Shift-P on my MacBook to allow me to switch. Okay, here's a little dashboard. I think if I add another, I just want to show a dashboard off more properly. Okay, so here's a little dashboard, not very exciting. Here's my Python example file. If I run this, okay, we get a little HTML file there. Nothing too crazy, but this is now how we can start tying it together as a website. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a file called quarto.yaml. And so it's _quarto.yaml. And here we're going to want to first specify that the project is a website. And then we're going to start specifying some configuration. And I think I actually want to do project website like this. And as I mentioned before, like I don't always remember the exact YAML configuration, even though like I just did this. Like use the documentation to your advantage. Quarto website. We're going to see how it's set up. Okay, so project type website. Okay, and then I will do something like this just to start. So our file looks like this. And we will now, what you can do to preview everything is you can go ahead and do Quarto preview. And if you have this quarto.yaml file in here, it will allow things to run. We don't have a file called about.qmd, so I'm going to just use our dashboard.qmv file. And we could try this. Okay, so we got our nice, fun index.qmd that's rendering there. If I click on dashboard, we see that now our dashboard also loads in. So we have two different pages here, as well as a title. Title's not super descriptive, but I could call it something like Quarto website example as our title. And now if we look back at our preview, we see that this switches. So you can choose to have a title, or you could just choose to have the different menu options here. If we wanted to add another page, we can do that by adding just another dash, and we could add Python example.qmd. And now if we look at our website, we see here's a Python code example. I don't really love this drop-down title, so there's a few different ways we could change that. So one would be going to the Python example and specifically adding a file title using the Quarto YAML option. So if I did title, simple, or like HTML example, and now we go back to our website, we see that it's changed here. There's also ways that you can specify this in the drop-down menu or the navbar menu. So if I go here, what I could also do is I could do href is Python example, and our title will specifically be, how about Python simple. So before it was HTML example, and now by specifying the title here, I guess this should be text. It's just going to be Python simple. And this will take precedent over the title, but it will default to the title if it can't find anything. So we click on this, we go to our home index page, index.qmd. If I click home, we're also at that index.qmd. If I click dashboard, we see that it changes to our dashboard.html page. And if I click Python simple, it renders a Python example.html, all from the QMD files that we have available to us. By default, this search bar is here, so that's pretty cool to see, but you could also disable that if you wanted to. You could do like search false, and that will disable the search bar. I don't know why you would want to disable a search bar, but good to know. Other things you could do. So here we have the nav bar, but you might also want a sidebar. And so with our sidebar, we might want to have some contents, or maybe we start with, let's look at our options for a sidebar, because again, I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but if you go to website navigation on the Quarto docs and you look for sidebar, so here we're looking at, I think, the top navigation, so this nav bar. But we could also go to side navigation, here see sidebar, and we could play around stuff this way. So I'm going to kind of copy this. I'm going to go down, and you can have both a sidebar and a nav bar. And we see this. Let's see. I'm going to just do the same type of files like dashboard, example. I can write whatever text I want here. Do href, that's going to be dashboard.qmd. And then like simple Python example, that's going to point to Python example.qmd. And we see that everything's kind of re-rendering in the background. If we go back to our website, we now see that we have two different things that we can click on. Go home. So here's our little sidebar. For some reason, the simple Python example isn't rendering. I'm not quite sure. Oh, it's because I did section here. This should be text. Now we can click on this. Cool. And we can get even more sophisticated with this. So let's say we wanted it to be a drop down of multiple things. Well, we could keep adding Quarto files into this. So if I added now, instead of just straight text, we added a section. I could actually not include, let's say like we don't want to have this be clickable. I could just have some contents under the basic section. And there's you could list individual QMD files like this, but you could also do something like just list all files, all QMD files, get them all and put them under the basics. So if we look at this, go to HTML example, it's going to grab any QMD file it can find other than the index.qmd, and it's going to put them here. So you could have links, multiple of the same links. So like this link and this link go to the same spot, but it's all under this dropdown, and it's expanded out. And you can just keep nesting these dropdowns. We'll see some more sophisticated examples of this soon. Other things that we could do is we could start adding, GitHub links, YouTube links, etc. But I think this is good for the basics. Let's start making this more interesting by actually using the previous QMD files we did in the different tutorials that have been in this series. So to find the code, you can go to, this is going to be linked in the description as well, github.com/KeithGalli/Quarto Portfolio. And there's a ton of code here. I recommend, copying this and cloning it locally. To start out, there'll be a branch called like starter code. So if you don't want to see all the finished Quarto.yaml and kind of want to play around with things yourself, look for the branch starter code. I'll also link that in the description for convenience. Let's see what we can do with this starter code. Okay, once you're on the starter branch, or you can find it in the description, we're going to go back to Visual Studio Code. Pull in my Visual Studio Code real quick. And we see we have a bunch here. So we have our Quarto.yaml starter file. We have a starter index.qmd. So I've kind of just linked it here with some descriptions of the different projects we've done in this Quarto series. But if we were to render this right now, so if I did and there's a requirements.txt, so you can make sure that you have all the necessary libraries to run this by doing a pip3-install requirements.txt. I recommend maybe starting a virtual environment. So I'm going to activate my Quarto environment. And then if I run this requirements.txt, I can make sure that I have everything. And now if I run a Quarto preview, it's going to start rendering these different QMD files. And this is all our YAML file has right now. So the website's probably not going to be that interesting to start. Yeah, so very, very basic. These links, I guess they work. But I don't know, it could be a lot better. So how can we start adding more interesting things to this? Well, I think first off, we could change up the theme. So if we wanted a theme to look more interesting, we could go ahead and go in here and we could do format, theme, and then we could specify something like Cosmo. I'm going to double check how the theme is set. I think it was in that starter code. Theme, okay, format HTML, and then theme like this. Copy this. If you had special CSS styles, you could add them here. I don't right now, so I'm going to just remove this. And I guess I'll leave the table of contents. I don't know what that will look like in this base version of the website. So we have, I guess, our table of contents over here. If it's helpful, you can include it. We only have a single page, so I don't really need the table of contents right now. I'm going to just get rid of this. But we do see that with the theme Cosmo, I think things look a bit different, right? This header bar is definitely different. What other themes could we try out? Well, if I look up Quarto themes, we have some of these out of the box. One that I liked was Solar, but let's try a couple. I like the name Sketchy. Sketchy, Slate, and Solar. How about I try all of those? Sketchy. And this might actually look more interesting once we actually add some more stuff. So maybe I revisit the themes in a second. And I think when I change the theme, I think I need to re-render it. Or maybe, oh, maybe it's right there. Oh, wow, that's sketchy. Jeez. So here's if you wanted some character, a little personality, you could use the sketchy version. We could also try the Slate. See what that does. Oh, that looks really actually pretty cool. I like the look of that a lot. And I'm going to do another called Solar. I think that looks quite nice as well. So you can play around with the different HTML themes here. A lot of cool options. I'll leave it at Solar for now. But as we start playing around with this, let's add some other pages. So I'm going to add a sidebar. And I want to add, title will be Python Quarto series, contents. And we can just start listing off different directories here. So I could just literally do, to start, contents is everything. Let's see what that does with our website. Refresh this. I feel like I messed something up again. Website navigation. I'm going to copy in the sidebar one more time. Because our sidebar is not showing up. Maybe actually if the sidebar is not showing up yet. I'm going to run it like this first. I don't know if title actually, okay, these QMD files aren't found. Makes sense. So we're going to have a section just called everything. And the contents of the section everything will literally be just star. And there's no introduction QMD either, so I'll just make this index.qmd or something like that. And see, now we have our page. And what's really cool is that when we do the star, that asterisk, like this, it's just basically looking for all renderable files So what is a renderable file? Well, if I look up some information here, we see that Quarto input files .qmd, .ipython notebook, .md, and .rmd will automatically be rendered. So when I specify something like the asterisk here, it's going to look for any types of those files, even if they're nested within like a different directory. So like Quarto Crash Course, etc. And it's going to automatically just kind of embed them in the sidebar here. So we have everything, and then we could go into like Quarto Crash Course, for example, and then we could get all the different files there. So here's like the homepage file, and we get all the information there. One thing that's cool too is that, let's say I didn't want to render this file. A kind of strategic thing that I did was I made this about file a markdown file. No different, just that I knew I wasn't going to have any actual code in the about files. So I didn't need the perks of Quarto markdown specifically. So what I could also do with my publish is I could specify I wanted all files that end in QMD. And you could make this even more sophisticated. You could do like, maybe you have a special naming convention that starts with report dash anything.qmd. So there's a lot of different ways you can play around with this. But now if I do star.qmd and we look at our website, if I go to Quarto Crash Course, we now don't see that page that we initially did. But I could get to it if I linked this Quarto Crash Course tab with a specific href that gets to this page. So the way that we can do that is, instead of just letting it render everything on its own, you could be a little bit more specific and do stuff like, the section here is Quarto Crash Course. The contents will be everything in the Quarto Crash Course directory, and then QMD files there. And the section will also point you to the specifically Quarto Crash Course /about.md file. So now if I run this, and go back to my home page and then click Quarto Crash Course, we see it gets us to that page, but we still have the drop-down options. One thing we see too is that the drop-downs are all showing by default, but maybe you wouldn't want that. One parameter we have access to in the sidebar is, I think it's called collapse level. I could make this 1, and then nothing really will show. So nothing's showing here. So it's the collapse level is how much is expanded by default. So it's, I think, default set to 2. So this is all showing. Another thing that we see in here is that we have 2 movie data analysis. So if we wanted to switch things up, we could specifically go into Quarto Crash Course. We could go into, let's say, HTML report, and I could do movie data analysis HTML, and I could also do movie data analysis PDF, switch up the titles. And then if I look back at the website and refresh this, the PDF might be weird because I think it's rendered a little bit differently. So if I do the Quarto preview again, and we look in this, we now see PDF and HTML, the different pages. And you can just kind of, name your files as you need to, as you see fit. But it's cool that the QMDs automatically will render during this, website publishing process. All right, let's keep going. Other things you might want to do is maybe add a tool bar. So like I could add in my Navbar, I could add tools. And tools are just basically like my GitHub links, let's say. So I would want this to navigate to github.com/Keith Galli/Quarto portfolio. And I would maybe also want to add a icon. So these icons are from the default Bootstrap icons. And so they have an icon for GitHub and YouTube, but you need to make sure that they're lowercase. Otherwise, it will not work. We're going to just do @posit PBC. And so if we render this, we see we get the GitHub link. I can click on this, get to the GitHub. We also have a YouTube link. Opens up the YouTube. That all looks good. And we could keep adding things. So I could keep adding sections to this. I could add a section for the second video in the series, which was the Parameterized Reports. And is that navigating to the right? It's called Parameterized Reporting here. And now if we look at the new website, we have a new dropdown, and it's going to show an example of a parameterized report. And these are getting linked to, so basically within, there's this about.md file. And with that, when this gets rendered by Quarto, it becomes, as we look in this, or I guess you might not see it, but if you look in the site information, if you looked in like parameterized reporting, it becomes about.html. And so in our index file, we can reference like parameterized reporting about.html and basically get it so that if we click this, it will get us to the page that has all of this information on it. That's cool. Let's keep seeing what else we can do. Another thing we had in the website that I previewed. So if I go back to my index, or not index, if I go back to the Quarto.yaml, in the website that we previewed in the Navbar, there was a section called YouTube tutorials. And this had a menu of YouTube links. So I could do like text, video 1, and that would have the YouTube link corresponding to video 1, so HTTPS. And if I look at my index, I actually did, or no, not the index. If I looked at Quarto Crash Course about.md, this is the link to that video. So I could copy this, paste it in the href. href is, I forget what it stands for, but it's basically whenever you have a link, that's the source of where the link is going. Go to our website. We see now we have YouTube tutorials, video 1. I click on it. It navigates me to the website. One thing you might want it to do is not actually open this in the same window. So one trick that I found helpful is you can also add this. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Autocomplete sometimes. You can add this target parameter, and if you specify the special variable _blank, and then try clicking YouTube video 1, you see that we have this about page right here. If I click video 1 now, it opens it up in a different link. That is a cute cat, BTW. All right, other things we want to do. Well, I want some more theming. I want some more branding. So maybe I add like a fav icon and a title here. So website, title, sure, Keith Galli's Quarto portfolio. I think, yeah, that will, I guess you could add, if you have any titles in any of these pages, I think we'll change up this header. Quarto in Python video series. That's coming from specifically the index.qmd. Oh, it's, yeah, right here. So that's kind of specifying that. If I wanted to specifically have my own favicon, I go to quarto.yaml and I go to favicon. In the previous slideshow video, I showed this little sample logo that I created, saved in logos, kglogo.svg. That will now pop up here. So I have my logo. I could also add a logo to the Navbar. I think if I do Navbar logo, and I did like logos / I added a Quarto image here too, so quarto.png. If we look at what this does, we see now we get like the Quarto logo over here. You could replace this with whatever logo that you wanted if you think that this is cool and makes sense. Let's try to think of other things. I like adding a footer to the website, and all of this is documented in the Quarto docs. But if I wanted to add a page footer, I could add page footer, copyright 2023 Keith Galli. It's 2025 Keith Galli. And I could also actually specify like multiple options here. So I could do the left side of the footer is the copyright and the right side is yo, 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 yo. Did I break it? Did I specify something wrong? Where's the page? Oh, here's the page footer. See yo, 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 yo on the right side. Left side is copyright 2025 Keith Galli. That looks good. Could also make this instead of docked, there's I think fixed is the other option. Or floating. And that would just kind of center everything. I kind of liked the fixed look, so I'm going to keep it docked. And notice if we turn off the search in the Navbar, or in the Navbar, and we have it active in the sidebar, we now get it over here instead of over here. I kind of like it on the top right, so I'm going to keep it the way we had it. I'm going to get rid of the search over here. One cool thing, I guess one kind of useful thing, is you can also specify just 3 dashes here as a item, and that will create a nice little line break in your sidebar. I'm going to get rid of my logo here. I don't think I need that. Got our everything. We could also easily basically copy our icons here, and you can start nesting things here. So I can nest our icons down here, and we get those same links down here. Let's think. Okay, I think the last real thing that's different before we actually show how we publish this is, instead of adding a format and doing theming like this, we can also specify a branding file. So if I do brand and then I do brand.yaml, or wherever you have your brand.yaml file. So maybe I create a folder, or maybe I just create the file. Sometimes the nesting of files makes a difference here, but I'll just call this brand.yaml. And then I'm going to copy this in from the GitHub website. So we have our brand.yaml. If I copy it, this is all kind of talked about in the slideshow video. So you can learn more about the brand YAML feature there. Note this is only available in newer versions of Quarto. So you need to have Quarto 1.6 or above for this to work. But now if we look at our website, we're going to get this nice, sweet, branded version of the website, which I think looks pretty dang sweet. I don't know if I love the border here of the side. Maybe that was already there. I could specify on my sidebar border is false to remove that if I want. So yeah, depending on what you think is better. I think this looks really sweet though. The brand.yaml is all of this. It's using the same KG logo. Yeah, it looks quite cool in my opinion. And there's even more customization you can do with your brand.yaml file. Lots of cool stuff. And then the last step really is, how do we deploy this? To deploy, there's two different options. The first is using Posit Connect Cloud. So if I go ahead and add these changes, so add brand.yaml, git add brand.yaml, git commit -m, final code, or let me just make this a little bigger so you can see, or just up on the screen, git commit -m, final code from video, push origin starter. So again, just to clarify, this is all the assets from these different projects that you're seeing here. And I guess just to make it fully complete, I should just add the last few sections. So we have also a dashboard section, an analytics report section, and a slideshow section. So to add this, I'll do section Jupyter to analytics report. And that's in, we just called it analytics reports. And this is analytics reports. We also have a section called, this is easier name, section called dashboards. That looks all good. And we have a section not called data visualization. We have a section called slideshows. And we can complete that. And we see we have all of these now over there too. You could very easily too make this like your own data portfolio by like switching this icon out with maybe an image of your face or something like that. But it looks very cool. We see the different files here. So we see like the Quarto slideshow that we walked through in that slideshows video. Check out all these individual videos by clicking through this website, quartoisfun.com. To learn more about how to do these different types of things, like slideshows like this. It's really powerful stuff.
On the slideshow point, one cool trick I think is useful when you're displaying slideshows in a website is you can copy the following code snippet into your about.markdown file, whatever markdown file you want to. And basically what this will do is, I'm going to real quick render it without it first. we have this site, and I could click, Quarto presentations to see the slideshow, but it takes me to a different page. One thing that's cool that you can do is we could add this code snippet, and example.html is ultimately the HTML file that's rendered from example.qmd, which is our slideshow. And now with this code snippet, if we re-render this, we have a nice iframe embedding of the slideshow, so you can see the slideshow, navigate through the slideshow right there within your screen, which I just feel like is a nice little trick to know about.
Dashboards. And sometimes I guess the themes don't look as good with maybe previous themes that you use, if you use white, light, or dark. So there's some additional customization you sometimes will have to do. But yeah, let's just commit this code too. Okay, so if I wanted to deploy this code, I would go Quarto. I would go to Posit Connect Cloud. I have a link to Posit Connect Cloud in the description. And I would do publish. I would specify Quarto. My repo is Quarto Portfolio. The branch here is actually called Starter. Did I push that code? I did push origin starter. That looks good. And primary file doesn't matter here because I don't think it should matter here, but I would recommend putting index.qmd because I think it reads ultimately your quarto.yaml file, so you need to have that connected. You'll also need to make sure you have a requirements.txt in this that has all the libraries that you need. But if you have those things, you click publish. Just going to install everything, render everything. Might take a minute to render. And we see we got our website all rendered here. And what's cool is you could go like full screen mode here. And you could go ahead very easily and share this link. So if I like opened up an incognito window and shared this link, it renders it all the same. I can go to any of these pages very easily.
And if you really wanted to make this a data portfolio, I do want to mention that any analysis you do with your QMD files and any outputs that are HTML based can be easily embedded in this website. So here we have the report from the Jupyter Notebook to Analytics Report video. And you're seeing a lot of like Matplotlib and Seaborn charts here, but like these also could be interactive Plotly charts that you could zoom in on, play around with. Like this table right here is interactive. So you can also embed the same interactive elements that you can with any Quarto document. I wanted to make that just clear quickly.
My tutorials are all there. These links are here. You can share that link. You could also just go ahead and copy this to get the same link. Trying to think of other things. This works out of the box with public portfolio GitHub repos, but if you want to deploy from private repos, you can use a pro plan, the basic plan or the enhanced plans for extra types of support. There's new features rolling out in Posit Connect Cloud very frequently, so I recommend checking this out every so often to see what you have access to. This is definitely the easiest way, but if you wanted to, let's say right now, deploy to your own custom domain, first you would want to acquire a domain. I typically do that with Namecheap.com, but you can use any provider. You can also use Netlify.com. But one thing that's really cool is there's a Quarto Publish Netlify option. And with that, you can specify, sign into your account, and basically, so I want to need to make sure my libraries are all there again. So Quarto, Publish, and Netlify. Right now, this is all living on quartoisfun.com, but if I wanted to add a new destination, I could specify my account. It will all render the same kind of way. And ultimately, you'll end up on netlify.com, and you can connect your own domains. So if I go to domains, I can add or register a domain. So I could type in something like my data portfolio.xyz. Maybe this domain is available. You can literally just buy it right here from Netlify, and then it'll allow you to connect what you're publishing to this code over here. Or as I said, I'll show probably a screen recording of it, but I purchased my domains on Namecheap.com, and I just basically had to copy some additional settings to my Namecheap account, and then it was able to connect from that external domain. I just don't like having my domains floating in all different spots. But here we have a new site, and I could very much configure it to connect to a different, either just the netlify.app. But if you wanted to add your custom domain, I could do something here. As I said, quartoisfun.com, then added the name servers, and then basically it will be connected. And you go to quartoisfun.com. Everything that was living locally is here online. You can share it with people. A lot of fun. You can build a cool data portfolio with this using your QMD files. It's just I found it pretty awesome. So hopefully you all do as well. I think this is the tutorial though. All right, well, we've deployed our website. Hopefully you found this video useful. Hopefully you found it interesting. If you did enjoy it, make sure to throw it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel to not miss any videos like this in the future. I'd be very curious to see what you all build. So if you build any cool websites, please share them with me. Tag me on LinkedIn, tag me on Instagram. I would love to see them. If you have any questions or suggestions for future videos, please leave them down in the comments. But I think that is all we're going to do with it today. This was a lot of fun. Build a cool looking website. Till next time, everyone. Peace out.